Test. All right, see, good. All right, welcome everybody to this week's showing of the Winter Series Flexi here at Lanes Raceway, DTM, LMP, GTP. Chat's open on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We're getting underway here. Guillermo Sires up first on blue lane to qualify, followed by Randy Kirtley. Got a whole day worth of racing here for you. Special thanks to our sponsor, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999. Coming up April the 12th, the actual Flexi Challenge Series race here at Lanes Raceway, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, there April the 12th. Blake Smith is going to be our special commentator, going to be sitting right here in this booth where I'm at. I'm going to be out there in the field helping with the race and stuff like that. James Deckard in here. Hey guys, hey James. Mid America Slot Car, slotcarsuperstore.net. Roger Smith and the guys, they are going to sponsor some pretty cool stuff here for us in the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge. So anybody using Mid America chassis and tires and motor during the race, the highest finisher there are going to get some pretty cool prizes. So we thank Mid America for that. We go to them for a lot of our parts. In the bottom right here, you can see the Winter Series Flexi Challenge shirt that we got made up here for our Winter Series. Now, if you are coming to run the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series, we are going to open it up. If you would like a t-shirt, definitely comment your size. We'll get you wrote down, and we'll get you a shirt ordered, and we're going to try to get those before April the 12th. And like I said, you are more than welcome to order you one of them shirts if you like the way it looks. There it is in the bottom right hand screen. Nonetheless, we're going back to our Winter Series Flexi Challenge here that we just call the Flexi Series. LMP, GTP, DTM, same rules. That looks a lot better there, Glenn. Let me see that. I want to put that on here. I want to show the guys and gals out here. So Guillermo Sires got our guys here at Lanes Raceway. He's made them little nameplates for where their cars end up being on the track after. Hello, Michael. I'm guessing it's still Michael. But yeah, he's made them a few name signs and stuff to go on the track so that everybody knows uh, where their cars are whenever they're working on their cars. Now, a bunch of these guys got uh, Guillermo Sires Pit Boys. Something else you guys are seeing there in the background, my wife, she's painting. You can see in the upper middle portion of the screen. Let me move this up a little bit. We got our bleachers in. Yes, gent. All right, cool. But yes, we got our bleachers in, so you can see they double as workbenches too. So if we run out of regular workbench area and stuff like that, uh, these will be open for our racers. Oh, okay. So you're Jonathan Michael, I'm guessing. I seen on one of our other series that it was Michael from Peru, Indiana, I believe. Uh, Dang typos. Okay, excellent. I'll just start calling you Jonathan then by your name on there. But yeah, we got our bleachers in here and they can roll around and stuff like that. We're waiting on Guillermo right now to qualify. We'll have three group set races here in our Flexi race here at Lanes Raceway. And the way it's going to go, they'll all qualify. And being that we have six racers, that'll be 3 on, 3 off. And it should be a pretty interesting race. We was able to get a hold of some Karstein controllers from Roger and them, so they'll be coming in too. I know a few guys are really excited about that coming in. Pretty much I got one, and the day of that I got it, it sold. So we got one more left, and that's if it didn't sell, because I did just place the order today, and I think it might be the last one in the U.S. for the 2.0s. So who knows? John says, yeah, for some reason I couldn't sign into my other YouTube account. I was like, oh, okay, cool, cool. But yeah, we're pretty excited about it. T, she's been painting up the bleachers. It is a different feel sitting on those bleachers for sure, being that high up in the air watching it. And I know that Guillermo, Randy, and Gabriel, of course, Gabriel wasn't going to be able to make it today. He worked on some of his cars, messed around a little bit early on this morning, but he had a lot of stuff he had to do, so he wasn't going to be able to race today. But all three of those guys do have the Karlstein 4.2s. Jay Latham, I think he has the 2.0, so he's missing the anti-brake on his controller. And then that's what we ordered was a couple 2.0s, which has everything that the 4.2 does, like I said, but just doesn't have the anti-brake that's on it. But evidently you can send it in and get it put on later. But what I'm hearing is right now, Karstein is having some issues with that. John House says, I may try to race at my local track at least once this year. Hey, man, I will say this, Jonathan. It's always happened with me, is once you do it, it becomes an addiction again. Guillermo, are you ready? All right, guys, here we go. Yep, that was something I didn't do. I need to go in the settings here and set that. It might be under the options, actually. Yeah, I need to set this to a 10-second delay. That way we're not waiting a whole long time so these guys can rotate in and out, get their qualifying done. Right now, Guillermo Sire doing a 5.710, 5.527. Guillermo repping his Four Crown shirt here. I need to get a picture of him today with his crown on so we can get the pictures for the walls made. That was Jay, Randy, and Guillermo all took home some crowns a couple weeks ago in the Four Crowns. We got the banquet up on our online. If you guys want to go and see me do some interviews with those guys and talk about the successes and the failures of the Four Crowns for all drivers included. So a 5.362, that's very respectful. We hear the guys clapping in there. So Guillermo's pretty pleased with that time. 5.362, pretty decent for a DTM. Lock to gear ratio, no higher than 11-tooth pinion. So once Randy gets ready, we'll go ahead and skip him through. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on. Now we got Sean with his Four Crowns on, muscle flexing. He's excited. James got his on too. Like I said, if you're racing any of our series, winter, summer, spring, or fall, those are our representative crowns, our Four Crowns. Ready? And if you get in those series, you can get a shirt for sure, but then you're also eligible for the Four Crowns. And then the Four Crowns is the only shirt we make with the guys' names on it. So, the guys really respect that. Randy Kirtley right now, 5.559. Sean trying to grab that old 5,000ths body. Pretty tough to do, guys, if y'all have ever done it. So don't think he's like trying to do his job there. He is doing the best he can. Those bodies are extremely, extremely thin. Randy having some issues coming out of the third to last corner there and the second to last corner there. 5.880 was his last. Currently in second with a 5.551. Sean will be up next. Sean's got his DeFalco controller ready to roll as he's getting it hooked up. Jonathan says, we ran them at my local track. I don't race them. I'm normally track marshal during the class of racing. We always need good track marshals for sure. Good afternoon, John. And here we go. Sean McCutcheon's up and his DTM. Very aggressive on the trigger. High sensitivity, 551. Very relative to Randy so far. Now 5.464. Worked on Glenn's car earlier this week, and we got one of his cars down to a fresh build into a 5.2, so we're pretty excited about that. I can't remember if that was his DTM or not, but it was hooking up good. He's got her down to a 5.317 here. John says, is this a Group 10 class? This is same rules as the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series. And that's going to be top time right now, Sean McCutcheon. As we kind of come over here, we can see there in the right side over here, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge. You can check it out on Facebook. There's rules and stuff on our website, and then you can also check it out under Alan Ingram's. They're coming April the 12th to run what you're seeing here, but with some of the best racers in the world. They're going to be here April the 12th. Mid America is actually sponsoring that race, and we're just kind of warming up to get ready for that race. Mid America is going to sponsor some chassis and stuff like that for anybody that's going to run nothing but a full-fledged Mid America car. Ready, Glenn? All right, here we go. Glenn Burden up next. Glenn's car the best sounding so far here. Nice and quiet, smooth. Jonathan says, yeah, I only race in 4 different classes: NASCAR, hard body, breakout NASCAR, hard body, non-breakout. Then I race asphalt, modified, and WOMP. Those are all pretty cool classes. John says, dang it, all the best except me. Well, John, uh, that's yet to be determined. You never can tell. But yeah, you can come on down. Like I said, it'll be a pretty eventful day. That's why we got the bleachers in here. We're planning on having people coming in and actually watching that race from around the community. Now, we don't think we're going to have like a kiloton or nothing, because we definitely need enough room for all the racers coming. And they'll, of course, take priority. Glenn there with a 6.214. Now, next up is going to be James McCutcheon, and Jay Latham will be on deck. TJ West, Agility 70. Do you guys run wing cars? We do. We just pretty much came out of our wing car class, which was a Group 20 in the 4 Crowns. This is our first series of 4, and we usually run those in the summertime. We usually run a big bunch of wing cars in the summertime. So we still got our next series coming up, which I'll be making posts on it Monday. Will be hard body fairgrounds NASCAR and hard body NASCAR. So one of them's going to run the 4.5-inch GRC FCR chassis, which will be the fairgrounds with a little bit less motor, and then the NASCAR class will be a little bit more motor, and it's going to be ran on the hard body chassis. We got a 4,500 kV brushless motor that you can run in either one of the classes. In one class it'll be Eagle motor and Hawk 7, and then the other class will be Hawk 7 BB, uh, Speedball, Enforcer motor. So it'll be a little bit quicker in that class. And that's basically what they're running here is the uh, Enforcer and Hawk 7 ball bearing Speedball motors in this class. Now this DTM is limited, and so is LMP, to nothing more than an 11-tooth pinion. So we're hearing a lot of whine come from these cars, but they're able to actually pull the RPMs needed. And the Enforcer motor, if I'm not mistaken, is capable of 60,000 RPMs, or it's what it shows it's capable of. John says, I just need to find time to get there. Well, we do have RV hookups. Make a vacation, come this way. We got electrical hookups. 50 amp, I think, is what the hookup is. And if worst case scenario you need water, we do have one spot where you can fill up water. Now, we don't have a bunch of them to where you can fill it up, like actually have it hooked into your thing, but you can fill up your water tanks for sure. And then there's a draining spot just less than a mile down the road at an RV park in Livermore. But we've already actually, for the Flexi Challenge, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, we already got one of our RV spots already taken. So right now we got one or two more spots left, and that's it. And Jay Latham, actually, he's going to be one of them that's probably going to be running for the Mid America giveaways because he is running a Mid America hardened chassis. And we're seeing right now 5.687. It's one of the faster cars here today. And he's been working pretty hard on these cars. Now he is running a straight 11. He says his car doesn't like it. We're hearing a little bit more of a whine come out of his car. I'm guessing because of it. But he wants the 11 tooth angled for sure. So he bought three of them today. Now Jay Latham, a 5.687. He's going to be at the cutoff. So he will be the top of the B main. All right, guys. Looks like Jay, Glenn, and James will be up first. Let me write these down real quick. Sean, Guillermo, Randy, Jay, Glenn, and James. All right. Richie Austin, afternoon. Good afternoon, Richie. Getting some qualifying done here. We're fixing to get our first race underway. DTM action. So it's going to be qualify. Get that on 2-0. Select racers. Jay, where do you want to go? Black. Glenn, where do you want to go? And James, you want to go white? All right. So we'll have three setting out to track marshal, three to race. These guys are set up. I need to go to the options and change this back over and give them 1 minute and 20 seconds for their rotation. And the cars cannot leave the little blue thing out in front of me. You can see me on the bottom left, but you can also see me waving my hand over to the right. Right in front of me, there's a white table. I can see the cars on this little blue plate, and they're not allowed to move from there. And then the guys, of course, on the racetrack, they got to keep their cars on there. Well, Richie, I don't know if you can get in contact with Merryman, but evidently Gabriel really was serious about getting 4 chassis made by him. And he said just shoot him the amount. I told him I would do my best to get in contact with whoever could maybe get in contact with him because I don't have his contact information. And I don't even know if he's building chassis or not. I mean, it's kind of a joke last week when we were talking. You know, he's like big bucks, you know. And but then once we left, my brother was like, "No, I really meant that. Like, I want him to build me 4 chassis." I was like, "Okay." All right, guys, we're going to need a track marshal over here. Looks like Randy's going to roll around. Sean's going to get the middle. Racers, y'all ready? Here we go. First of 8 rotations. And And out in front so far looks to be Jay Latham as we get our first car to come off in the yellow lane. Randy having trouble getting it put back in there. Jay Latham side by side with that yellow lane. James there on white. Jay gaining a little bit of time coming out of the second to the last corner up front. Richie also said just finished a bunch of bodies, mainly for April's race. I'll tell you what, Richie, it's getting pretty tough to find the old 5,000ths body. I was slim pickings. I had to get in a ton 5,000ths body from our distributor, but it's getting tough to get them. And these guys are running through them on these races for sure. Sean trying to get a Jay's black car put back in there. Randy scooping in there. Looks like we got another car coming off on the front there. That's going to be Jay again coming off black lane. Rich says, I usually only run the 007. We got plenty of 007s here. Ralph Thorns and other type of bodies. A lot of them are even painted 007s. Uh, but I'll tell you what, the 005s are tough. I know Randy and Glenn and Jay and Gabriel, they're trying to make themselves the fastest cars they possibly can. They want them 005s. I was like, man, they keep ripping them. Jonathan says my local track owner was making bodies. Yeah, these are pretty specific bodies. They have to be DTM and pass the rules set forth by Alan Ingram's rule set. So one that kind of surprised me, I seen DTM, so I ordered it. And it was the Mercedes body from Mid-America, and it's illegal. 05 and 007s, yeah, the 05s are needed. Jay Latham, 17 laps, 15 for James, 15 for Glenn. Still anybody's ball game. We're just in our first round robin heat here. But yeah, the BMW seems to be a very popular DTM body. That's what everybody here is somewhat running. Some of them running the NSXs, and we got a pretty good stock of those here too. But we just got 3 orders simultaneously. A little bit of confusion took place between me and the distributor, and I talked to him, and I was like, he said he shipped it, and I was like, well, if you shipped it, then UPS has messed it up, and they'll have to make it right. And he's like, well, let me call UPS and make for sure. So he called them, and I said, well, there might be a slight chance it got delivered over at Subway in Livermore. So I went over to Subway, and sure enough, there it was in the back room. So I was like, man, I could have had this last week. So I pretty much doubled an order that I only needed one set of, and that was it. Jonathan says he makes his own molds and everything. Yeah, we've made our own molds too. We're one of the only peoples that make the C9 or C8, the C8 Corvette. We got a mold for that. Haven't made a lot, and since we've been up there at Old Lanes Raceway, a lot of stuff just coming together with our other hobbies and stuff going on here, drag racing and RC and doing all these series. Uh, any kind of free time I got usually gets eat up by building people's cars and stuff. So I was doing all that stuff in my spare time. Here comes Dre. Looks like we're going to be back going green racing here really, really quick. 4 red lights dropping out to green as Randy takes his spot. But yeah, we're super excited for the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge coming here. And we're open to other kind of Flexi races here at Lanes Raceway too. We got, like I said, we got a world's track here that we want to run Flexi on because, that's what really shines on it. Some of the guys wanting to run Flexi wing car, and I was like, well, we might do that in the summertime. Have like a Flexi wing car, Group 12 wing car, Group 20 wing car, and a Group F wing car. So our summer times usually get eat up pretty good with some wing car action. But we definitely need to get the orange track done before then. John says, last I knew he was going to make different WOMP bodies and FCR bodies, wing car bodies as well. Popular around here, wing car wise, is the Vapor bodies, and the Aerotechs from Coalford. Guys like the dimpled bodies here lately. They're tough to paint though. I mean, I've done a few paint designs and stuff with them, but putting them together is not fun either. And I have several guys want me to put their wing cars bodies together because they don't know how. So I do. Jay Latham there, going to get his car on. I didn't, track marshals are actually supposed to yell track when that happens. Rich Austin says, I definitely want to try the RC cars. Any rentals? Uh, we might make something happen there, Richie, when you come down. Currently, the only rental that we had was just like a test driver that we let people run around on the floor with. But I ended up selling that to Garrett Burden. So, but yeah, we can make something happen. I got quite a few midgets in there that people haven't bought yet. We could probably set one of those up as a track car, give that a shot. It is a different kind of racing for sure. Jay Latham, 35 laps, 32 Glenn, 32 James. Not much changed other than, you know, they've gained a little bit more laps in that last heat. But yeah, I get messages all the time. How's the track made? What's it made of? I just got one this morning. They said, is that a dirt track or is that simulated dirt? What's it made of? And I said, well, it's a wood MDF track. And then, of course, it's just painted. But the way that we make it tacky and make it work and act more like a dirt car is we use rubbing alcohol, 91%, and that kind of turns the paint back into paint without it being paint, if that makes sense. Uh, it just makes it tacky, and then they run on it, and the more they run on it, it gets more and more dry slick. Rich says, I'll try not to crash it. Uh, Laugh out loud. I used to race RC growing up and ran 1/12 carpet oval. So carpet's going to be a little bit more grippier than what this track is. And like I said, every week I clean it on Tuesday and then on Saturday because we have our races. But when we clean it with rubbing alcohol, and that makes it a little bit more tacky. And it usually lasts us through a session. So we have a session on Tuesday and we have a session on Saturday. And in that session, when they first start out, man, them cars are hooking hard. They could run the low line and hook it and everything else, and it just runs really, really sticky. But by the end of it, after they run, you know, through their heat races, as soon as the mains start coming around, it starts getting a little bit slick like a real track. And guys have to change a little bit of tuning here, and they're getting better and better about it, doing a little turns here and a little turns there to, make them push a little bit more and get a little bit of that slide out of it. But it's what we wanted. We didn't want one that was like all the other RC tracks, super grippy, that when you turn they just flip. Can we get this track that grippy? We can. Like as soon as it's done and we roll through it and get it grippy, it's that grippy, like a carpet track or a rubber mat track. It's that grippy. But like I said, you run 50, 60 laps on it and it starts rolling that over and drying it out, then it gets a little bit slicker. And then you gotta somewhat drive it. It's not as easy coming out of the corner. The back end starts stepping out. You got to let out of the gas like a real car, or it'll come around on you. But that's the fun part about it. It's dynamic. One week the guys come in here and say, "Man, this is the slickest track ever." I said, "Well, I cleaned it just like I always do." I said, "Y'all just running a slick track this week." Next week they come in and it's like, "Man, this did you put Coke on this? Did you make this thing grippy?" And I was like, "No, I just cleaned it like I always do. Just never can tell. And I alternate the pattern the way I clean it too. So I clean up and down one week, and then I clean horizontally the next, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Richie says I'll try not to crash. Uh, hey, if you crash, not a big deal, man. These cars are pretty durable. And the cool thing about them is wherever they run 1RC, which they run them all over the U.S., we make you run them stock. So no matter where you go, you will be able to run these cars if you end up getting one from us. And we're pretty reasonable on the price for sure. You ain't got to pay shipping. You just come in here and get you one. Jay Latham's still in the lead, 52 laps. Glenn Burton's right there behind him just by a little bit. After that first heat, it caused him a little bit, but it looks like Glenn's getting his rhythm down a little bit now, and he's holding it to him. Jay Latham coming off there at the end, giving Glenn a little bit of leeway there for sure. So let's take a look here at some of the breakdowns here, kind of compare some of the laps from our heats. Jay Latham there, 18 on yellow. Glenn, that was one of them he struggled on, was yellow. But 17 laps there, Glenn, 19 for Jay on orange, and another 17 there for Glenn on white, beating out James there by a couple laps. So we kind of got almost three different skill sets here of where these guys are running. But still good racing, nonetheless. Several of the guys at the turnstiles now looking at some cars, probably to get ready for the Flexi Challenge Series coming up in April the 12th. It's a good time for me to swap over here. So if you look in the bottom right hand portion of your screen, you can see what our Flexi Challenge Series shirts look like. If you're going to run the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series April the 12th with us, you're more than welcome to let us know, and we'll get you a size, or get your size for your shirt, and we'll get you one ordered if you like. Uh, I can't tell you exactly what the price is. The more we order, the cheaper it is. They're anywhere from 25 bucks to 50, depending on if we don't have a big order. Uh, and that's the issue with it. So the more you order, the cheaper they get. So if we get more people, the better. But I've never had one cost more than 50 bucks. So, but we do get the premium shirts. That's why they cost so much. We don't get the cheap ones. So these will be the type of shirts that when you wash, they're not going to shrink a whole lot, and they'll always be really loose fitting, nice shirts. And we like the quality shirts. Nonetheless, Blake Smith's going to be commentating, main commentator. He'll be in this seat, and he'll be commentating the race that weekend, April the 12th. Some of the guys are actually coming down a couple days early for that race and going to practice up. Like I said, we still got an open RV spot if you guys need one of them to come down. But if you like slot car racing, definitely come down and check it out. You can watch it. We got bleachers getting painted right now for it. Uh, and if you just like watching slot car racing in general, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, as that helps our racers out tremendously. One of these days, we'll have enough that we can maybe run ads and do subscriptions and have some special things for our subscribers to do, and also maybe generate a little bit of advertisement money that we can put up for big races here at Lanes Raceway. That's the goal. That's the hope, is to have big races and a lot of competition here. Always pushing the limits and wanting to go faster. That's the key of Lanes Raceway. So we're pretty excited about that. And we've been getting a lot of kids coming in here lately, getting invested in it. So that's really exciting too. You know, that's one of the big deals, is trying to get the kids to be the next generation of slot car racing. And watching these guys and watching some of the best in the world helps with that. You know, when they come down to these big races and stuff like that, it's an event. You know, and guys are like, man, I wanna be able to race fast like them. I want a car like they got. And you know, guys like Richie and, hang on, guys, it's not working. There you go. It ain't working. I can't help it, man. Oh, all right, we good? Here we go. But yeah, uh, you know, kids, stuff like that, they look up to you whenever you're really, really quick on the racetrack, stuff like that. And they want to be like that too. They want to be in the spotlight. So we want to try to bring that kind of spotlight to this kind of stuff. And it's exciting, whether it be drag race, slot car, RC, or uh, flexi racing, wing car racing. Rough start when we first started Lanes Raceway, to say the very least, trying to get everything worked out, try to figure out how to even run a business, let alone a slot car business. But once we figured it out, pretty good. All right, we are in round robin 4 of 8, and that is the end of that rotation. Jay Latham's out in the lead 74, 63 James, 62 Glenn. Right now, special thanks to our sponsors, Livermore Subway. You see them there at the bottom of the portion of the screen there. 270-278-5999. Special thanks to them for sponsoring our Four Crowns and putting $1,000 up. Right now, we lean pretty heavily on sponsorship when it comes to paying the guys out and getting their shirts for the members and stuff like that. So we do appreciate their time in that, and not to mention they got some pretty good subs over there for sure. As I get subs there on a weekly basis, at least a few times in the week, and their bread has been super soft here lately. They got them a new bread oven over there, so it's been really good. And they also have a little meeting area in the back that we plan on doing one of our banquets at. So pretty excited about that. Not to mention the bottom left-hand portion of your screen. Speaking of RC, that is our late model series going on right now. We also have another series too, the Flex or the list race for drag racing. And we started off. We tried our best to make it just one huge list, and every week the guys challenged each other. But there was a big storm that rode through here. Didn't hit us, which we were very thankful of. I mean, we got the rain, but we didn't get the hail and the harsh winds and stuff like that. So we're very thankful of that. I thank the Lord for that. But I will say this: a lot of people didn't show up to that race, and I think it was a lot to do with that. And so it kind of gridlocked the race that week. So we changed it to where every week now we run a separate list. And when we run that separate list, we're just doing 4 races, your 4 best and your 4 worst. And Glenn was telling me that's pretty much how they do it on the TV show now. So at least we're kind of sticking to the spirit of the list race, you know. And they've been having a good time with that. We had a pretty cool little Saturday race yesterday where we used poker chips and stuff, and people would call each other out, and that was pretty cool. So we're always doing some special stuff around that and stock car racing in general, just trying to keep it more exciting, more fun, always doing something different. Right now on Red Lane is Jay Latham. Right behind him, though, Jay actually coming off there, right behind him on Green Lane's Glenn Burden. He's going to make up a lap or two here. But if he was watching our live stream last night, we had a lot of trouble, or actually it was the night before, because yesterday it just wasn't happening with the Windows update. Run a couple test streams, I was dropping frames, couldn't figure it out. So what I've done different today is I just shut off every camera mode other than the ones that we're using, and it seems to be working today. So maybe it's back up and running. The guys wanted to know if we was going to live stream the RC yesterday, and I was like, man, I'd like to, but it's acting up. It started acting up when we was running our list race. If y'all check that out, a lot of drop frames and stuff with that. Nonetheless, it's back up and running. You guys know how it is. One week it'll work, one week it won't. We just do the updates, and then it works until we get more updates that are kind of forced upon us. But I guess that's how it goes. Right now, I don't think we're dropping any frames. Had a little bit of an issue a while ago with the pause button there. So I could control it off of the keyboard, or I could control it off of the mouse, and it didn't work there on the keyboard, so I had to get my mouse over there, and it just wasn't working. So, anyhow, we ended up getting her shut off there. The guys are pretty good about keeping their cars on anyway, so that was just one of those things. Jay Latham right now in the lead, 93 laps, 13 laps down. Glenn Burton with 80, 79 for James McCutcheon. So Glenn actually swapping back over James there, now taking second position. But the blues man Blake Smith going to be our special commentator. Excited about that. He's been going to several NASCAR races, and he was able to fit us into the schedule April the 12th. And he's going to come in here, and he's a lot better commentator than I am. He actually does it professionally with Let's Talk Racing, and he actually interviews NASCAR racers and stuff like that. So we're excited about that. And kind of frees me up a little bit too, to where if something happens in the Flexi Challenge that I'm freed up and my wife's freed up, that we can, take care of the customer base at that point. So we want to shoot a special thanks to Blake Smith out there for helping us out with that. And I got something nice for Blake. He don't even know it's coming, but I got something nice for him. I think he's really going to like, for coming and helping us out. Of course, Blake is a friend of ours, me and my brothers. And like I said, we've helped Let's Talk Racing sponsorship before, and he actually last year had a big, and I mean a big bunch of work whenever we sent an email. So I might have been a little bit of a nuisance to him last year, but I was sending it in for our racers. We was running a series last year, 4 crowns, and we was putting all the points and stuff up then. Of course, our 4 crowns ran a little bit late. Sean Robert McCutcheon, current track marshal, is saying what's up. He's outside puffing down on a coffin nail. Always getting threatened to be banned here at Lanes Raceway. I'm looking at him right now. uh, Sean's a good dude, though. Really is. There he is in the middle, helping track marshal. One might say a young start comedian, to say the least, Sean McCutcheon. And if he's got a car as fast as he said he did earlier, he ran a 4.6, I think, or a 4.8. If he's got one that, I think it was a 4.6. If he's got one going that fast, man, I don't know how he's getting it to go that fast. Because I sure ain't seen one go that quick. What I personally think, if you want to know the truth, I think he took a car, he set it at the start finish line, he ran it through, picked it up, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, and he ran it back through. That's what I think. But I could be wrong. I mean, he may actually have done it. And I checked the motors in them, but that's all I can do. You know, I'm trying to keep it to the spirit of the Flexi Challenge. We check the heights and we check the motor and make sure that they have the 11 tooth pinion, of course, in this class. But other than that, I mean, there's not much to check as long as you see the body is the correct body. Jay Latham breaking 100 laps so far. Round robin 6 of 8. 38 seconds left to go in this DTM excitement. It looks like my wife has contracted a little bit of a helper over here. Brantley Howard, fellow drag racer, right there behind Guillermo Sire. They're painting the bleachers to get ready for the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge. And that's going to be another red flag rotation, another clean run, to say the least. Let's bring us over here and make this a little bit bigger. Jay Latham running pretty impressive times. Now, we were able to see that 22 lapper last week that the guys were running. So, 20 laps, a little bit low par. This is the B main. But Jay is breaking into the 20s now with his at 111. Nobody else to get to those 20s. Glenn, his main competition right now, breaking into the 18s. That's as close as he's gotten to Jay's 19 and 20 lappers. But there's still a lot of racing left to go. Anything can happen, and wrecks are to be ensued for sure. So we'll just have to wait and see on that. But yet again, I'm going to bring it up, guys. Special thanks to Livermore Subway for sponsoring our 4 crowns, even sponsoring Lanes Raceway in general. They'll be our sponsor for the year. 270-278-5999. While you're here coming to the Flexi Challenge race April the 12th, you can actually call them, and I think there's a discount that goes with that. If you call them and then go pick your stuff up, you get a little bit of a discount for call-ins versus actually coming in. So think about that. I've been telling you this phone number for quite some time, at least the past couple months. So memorize it for when you come down for the Flexi Challenge. Give them a call, order your sandwich, go next door, get it at a little bit better of a price. Now, that's inside intel. Let's keep that between us. But nonetheless, special thanks to them for sponsoring us. Not to mention another sponsor sponsoring the Flexi Challenge, Mid America. They're going to throw up some chassis and some other goodies that's coming in this coming week when we get the controllers and stuff in from those Karsten controllers. But if you race with Mid America Flexi car, uh, body, tires, chassis, uh, and motor, if and you are the highest finisher doing that, then you're going to get some good prizes. If you win, you're going to get even better prizes. So pull out a victory is all I can say. And I'll say this: the Gemini chassis, man, is not to be slept on, to say the least. It is a very, very good competitive chassis. We ran them here, and man, they outshined all of our chassis on the orange track. Guys were getting several tenths quicker with just the Gemini chassis versus the Alios chassis. Now, the Alios chassis does have its strengths too. One thing I noticed about the Alios chassis, a little bit lighter, but if I'm not mistaken, the same guy created both designs, so that's pretty cool. So it looks like Jay Latham having some car trouble here. Jay was going to check his car, but he missed the pit section there. Guillermo trying to get cars put back on. We might see a change here with Jay having issues here. Looks like Sean taking a look at it. Something's going on. Rear bushings come out, not good with 50 seconds left to go. Glenn's going to try his best to take advantage. 43 seconds. Like I told you guys, anything can happen. And that lead is definitely shrinking. Now within 10 laps. But like I said, guys, hey, that's the brutality of a live track. The track does not get stopped. Looks like Randy's going to help Jay, though. Maybe hook up a soldering iron here. 13 seconds left to go. 10 laps separating first from second. Jay just limping her the best he can currently. So Glenn ended up getting her a little bit more closer to that action there. Let's go take a look at some of these laps. Anything can happen, guys. Glenn Burden there, I think he was on purple lane. 16 total laps. And then Jay Latham having a rough run there, I believe, on yellow. Was it yellow? Or no, he was on blue. Blue turning 13 laps. So Glenn's 13 on red matched up with that and deleted that. Now keeping it within 9 laps, basically 10 or 9 laps, 9 or 10 laps. Sorry. So it looks like Sean is helping Jay in the upper right hand portion of your screen, trying to get that bushing put back in here for the final heat, which is fine. They're both racing right now. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is legal. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the Flexi Challenge, I believe it is legal to fix a car. I could be wrong. If I am, let me know, because then we need to change that. Five seconds fixing to start. We see Randy grabbing the placard of James McCutcheon. A lot of confusion here. Guillermo's rolling around, trying to get Jay put back on. Glenn's going to try and take advantage here and get a couple laps. Might make it interesting. And Jay's back on. So Jay Latham 9 laps up. He's going to, for Glenn to catch back up, we're going to have to see another big wreck instituted by them bushings again. Greg McKenna says, man, that looks fun. Greg, it's a blast, man. I've been doing it for 30 something years. Love it. I haven't raced in about 3 though. Been running the races and doing the commentary and trying to get slot cars spread out there a little bit more for people that don't even know it exists. You wouldn't believe how many young adults and kids come in here and they're like, what is this? They've never even seen it. You know, very popular back in the 60s. Then it got really popular in the 90s, and it just kind of faded away. But it's got a resurgence. Stuff is coming back. People are getting really competitive with it because it's one of the last hobbies that don't cost an arm and a leg to get involved in. Like, we got a starter set over there for 130 bucks. That's a controller, a car, a block, oil, glue, braid juice, and a box with some extra braid in it. You know, you can't beat that. And you're on the track running in races for that. So 10 laps difference between first and second. That's going to be the end of our B main DTM race. Jay Latham's going to bring it home 140, turning his best lap on white, 20 laps. Second place there, Glenn Burton, 130. His best turn was on blue and green lane with 18 laps. 122, James McCutcheon, his best turn was 17 laps there on red lane. So we're going to end this race here, and then we're going to start into our main race for the DTM. So let's go to race format here. I got to get the names put in. It's going to be Sean, Guillermo, and Randy in this action. So we select racers. And that's going to be Sean McCutcheon. Guillermo Sire. And Randy Kirtley. Sean, where you want to go? White. Guillermo, where you want to go? Purple. Dad, where you want to go? Blue. All right. So we got them on there. This could be our A main starting up. Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, Guillermo Sire. These guys are going to be quite a bit faster than what we've seen previously. Their times were several tenths quicker than what we had noticed in the previous heat. So these are going to be some of the guys that when the Flexi Challenge does come, April the 12th, they'll be some of our main guys trying to get that first place. As you can see here to the right here, Flexi Challenge, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, April the 12th, 2025. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing. Mid-America also going to sponsor us with some goodies for all those guys that are racing Mid-America. Mid-America Flexi car. So it'll need to be the chassis, the tires, and the body and motor. And if they finish the highest, whoever finishes the highest with that chassis, of course, is going to get them some nice prizes sponsored by Mid-America. Roger Smith up there. So we're super excited about that. So definitely stay tuned to that. Not to mention, guys, while they're getting their cars and stuff ready here, bottom right here, you can see the Flexi Challenge Winter Series here at Lanes Raceway that we're running. It's kind of a twofer type of shirt, essentially. So it's a shirt for our Winter Series, and it's also a shirt to bring attention to Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge. So if you're in either one of them, whether you're in our Winter Series, come down here and get involved with the guys, and join up. Or you're in the Flexi Challenge coming up and you want one of these shirts, shoot us a shirt size and we'll get you one ordered. And that's what our shirts are going to look like in the bottom right there. It's got like a Porsche GT3, it looks like there, on the back, and then Flexi Challenge on the front, Lanes Raceway 2025. So we're pretty excited about that. So we got two Carlstein controllers and a DD281 DeFalco controller base here. 281 DeFalco ran by Sean McCutcheon, and some Carlstein 4.2s ran by Guillermo Sire and Randy Kirtley. So these are some serious racers, to say the least. These controllers are $400 and $600 controllers, respectively. All right, let me get Guillermo's car set on there. You guys ready? All right, we need a track marshal. Oh, all right. Here we go, guys. And Glenn Burden there, helping track marshal Jay Latham and James McCutcheon. In this series, whenever you race, you have to track marshal. That's how it is. So if you don't, then nobody will track marshal for you. That's what the rules state on our online. We've been having some issues with that with the RC, which we're fixing to have to start enforcing. So it is what it is for live track action. Now, we do have some more casual stuff here at Lanes Raceway. We do a three strike out rule. But if we got the guys, this makes for more flow. I guess you would say a little bit better flow racing wise. And it just also helps out keeping the races moving. Granted, we have to run a couple heats to spread it up so that there's enough track marshals because this is a pretty big track. Really, over there where James is at, you really need two track marshals. So the headset died there. But yeah, really, you need about two track marshals over there where James is at. But right now, we're making it work with three. And as you can tell, it's not too bad working it with three. Just might be a little bit longer of a walk. Now, when the Flexi Challenge, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge comes April the 12th, which is a different, not associated with our winter series. But whenever they come, there'll be quite a few more people. We'll be here all day long that day from 7 in the morning till probably 10 or 11 at night, if not longer, because there's a lot of people that have already committed to coming. So, with them and then our usual guys, 13, 14 guys, it's going to be a big race. So Sean McCutcheon out in the lead 19, Randy 19 second, Guillermo third with 19. All three of these guys not giving an inch. So you guys seen that they were turning some pretty impressive times there. All of them using the Guillermo Sires uh, I forgot what we called them. Pit boys. That's what we called them. Pit boys. PIT boys. They can hang them up on the track, or they can put them on the track, and they won't mess with the track any. And they got enough room for all your tools, your glue, and everything. And the best part is they're 15 bucks. So if you've ever had one of these little track caddies before, you know that they're usually not that cheap. But Guillermo makes them at a fair price to me, and he shoots me a price, and he kept it pretty low, so I was able to keep those prices low too. So and they're really nice. Now I will say this: I have seen one problem with it. They will not take a direct shot from a car going full speed. But I don't think there's many things out there that'll take a direct shot like Guillermo had his take last week. He come out of the corner and rode hard, and then got touched a little bit body wise, and it slung him off, and he slammed right into it on white lane, I believe it was, and it ripped a little track hanger off of it. But under normal circumstances, they would be going straight through there, and there wouldn't be an issue. 2 seconds before we go green racing. Up next will be LMP racing here at Lanes Raceway. It's a little bit lower to the ground, low slung body, essentially the same as DTM, a lock gear ratio 11 tooth, no higher than 11 tooth. You can go lower. We found that out last week. But nonetheless, still some pretty good racing, to say the least. And then our last race of the evening, of course, will be GTP. Right now, Sean McCutcheon on red lane as we see him coming around the start finish line in the yellow and orange car there. He's battling it out side by side with the purple or black lane, or it is purple lane, sorry, purple lane of Randy Kirtley. Randy's given, and it's a little give and take back and forth throughout these corners. Randy a little bit quicker in the second portion of corners, where that we see Sean a little quicker in the first portion. Both of them are pretty equal on the straight stretch. Looks like Randy might have an advantage by about half a car length on the straight stretch, as he's just driving it a little bit deeper, considering he's on the purple lane there. Uh, he's able to hold that first corner. And we see Randy now making some moves here. He's just trying to put the intimidation down a little bit. As we see Guillermo's car coming off there, he gets put back on. Randy kind of checking up a little bit, but now increasing that speed through the first portion of the camel hump, catching back up with Sean McCutcheon. Both these cars are really close together. Randy Kirtley wads up for no reason there. That was kind of strange. Maybe a little over accelerating, losing about a lap there to Sean McCutcheon. Like I said, still a lot of racing, and Randy has it happen again. Something's going on possibly in that corner. I'm going to keep an eye on it this time. Kind of weird to wreck in the same place 2 times in a row. Randy now slowing his car down tremendously going through there. But nonetheless, Guillermo now going to take over second position because of it. And we can see Sean McCutcheon in the lead, 40 laps, 38-38 for Randy and Guillermo after the second heat. Like I said, these guys do not hold no bars. Like I told you, you can get into this hobby pretty cheap, but then there's guys like Randy, Sean, and Guillermo that they want to push to those Flexi Challenge races, like Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge race is coming up here April the 12th. Let's make it a little bit bigger while we're talking about it. Actually grabbed the wrong corner there. So Flexi Challenge race, like I said, coming up April the 12th. These are going to be some serious racers roll down here, and I'm talking some fast guys. Some of the guys ranked world in the world coming to race this race April the 12th are coming from, I believe, as far south as Florida, all the way up Georgia and Tennessee. Some guys coming that far, because that's where Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge main home base is, down south in the Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida area. But they're going to make a special trip here, and we're thankful for it, to come up here and run on this world's track. And these are some guys that ain't messing around. So like I said, the sky's the limit in any hobby, and you'll always have those guys push it to the next limit that spend a week on one chassis. Those kind of guys is the guys that are coming. So definitely April the 12th. Do not miss that day because we're going to be commentating that here. Blake Smith is going to be the main commentator, the lead commentator that day. So it's going to be like a real race, like you're watching on TV. He's going to be doing it. He's got great commentation voice. Mine's a little bit more down south sounding. I know I got that Tennessee long draw, I guess. I ain't even from Tennessee, but my mama is, so I've been around her my whole life. And I got a little mix of that Kentucky with my dad, too. So I don't know what it is, but nonetheless, we're excited about that coming up. We'll get back over here before the race starts on us. And Guillermo, Randy, and Sean, all of them, and even Glenn, too, when he's on, he's on. Glenn's not feeling too good today. And he's got the cars to beat for sure because we worked on Glenn's cars all week, too. But Glenn's just not feeling good, guys. Uh, all these guys. Glenn went with them down there and raced. Gabriel Kirtley, Randy Kirtley. These are our main dudes here at Lanes Raceway when it comes to putting out some quick times. And the crazy thing is, when they go down there and race, they usually finish somewhere around fifth or so. So that just goes to show you just how much better those guys are in that series. So when you get to tune into that, it's almost like watching the Worlds again. They're quick. These guys are not messing around. Guillermo coming off the track right there. And I know some of those guys have been watching our live stream. We've talked to a few of them in chat before. And like I said, they're getting a lot of information by watching this live stream. And our guys are getting a lot of practice. So is it an equal exchange? No. But, I mean, guys, I want a guy from Lanes Raceway to win so bad I can't stand it. But if you know me and you've known me long enough, or you've known any of my family long enough, you know we're not cheating type of people. We ain't home, what do you call it, home team or nothing like that. You come in here, you beat us, you beat us. In a weird way, it kind of excites us. But like I said, you come in here, we're not going to do anything that anybody else ain't going to do. But a lot of these guys coming, they got some good secrets. I wish I knew them. Because if you know me long enough, I tell everybody. Then ain't secrets no more. In a perfect world, there wouldn't be any secrets at all, and it would just be everybody equal, and we're racing hard. And then who can keep their constitution the most? But then it's arguable, well, God didn't gift me with the gift to race, so I don't know. I guess racing is almost as equal as engineering and, God's gift to give you good hand-eye coordination too. If you get a good mixture of both, you're going to be one of the best. Sean McCutcheon currently in the lead, 61 laps, 58 Guillermo, 57 Randy. These guys, they don't wreck. Hardly any wrecks, guys. And in this, if you wreck, you probably ain't going to win. So these are our best guys here at Lanes Raceway, and I'm saying there's better guys coming. There's going to be very, very few wrecks. And that's what it's going to boil down to. A winner is going to be made by one wreck. Gale Force Raceway. Hey, here we go. Been a minute. Yeah, Gale Force, I've been checking your stuff out, man. I like the new camera angles. I made a comment on it. The 64 scale HO track, man, looks really nice. I like that software you guys are using too. And I guess you got a soundboard there with the different sounds. That's awesome. Uh, did you see, I seen on Google a couple days ago, 132 Customs out of Australia selling that HO track that is beautiful. They got all kinds of LEDs and stuff on it. Ain't no telling how much they want for it, but I just seen that it was on sale today on Google. You saw that too? Yeah, man. I mean, that thing is beautiful. I told Dad, I said, man, I wish I had the money to buy one of them. I mean, we got the room right over here by the pinballs, pretty much where those white tables are. We could stick that baby right there and have a nice little HO track for the kiddos. Well, and the adult kiddos too. Because guys, if y'all don't know about HO, yeah, you can get HO tracks from Hobby Lobby and stuff. But the stuff Gale Force and them are messing with, man, them ain't no kiddo cars. Them are flying and hauling the mail. Some of those cars, they're like little bumblebees. It is pricey. See, I couldn't find a price on it, but man, just by looking at it, I was just thinking to myself, that he'd probably won at least 50 or 60,000 bucks for that thing with all the intricate details and the the little people and stuff like that, and how it's all integrated with touchscreen. Beautiful. Yeah, Gelford says, yeah, we run Vipers mostly. They rip for sure. Yeah, we had seen a couple years ago, there's a guy that makes replicas of the original AMC tracks. And he made a Blue King that we had seen, and he was we were gonna contact him and have him make us one. 10G to start. So it was just 10,000 for that track. That seems awful cheap. But I guess if you got to pay for customs and everything else, by the time it's all said and done, it'd be 20 something thousand dollars. Nonetheless, what a beautiful track. Sean McCutcheon there getting a real good boost start there through the front stretch there in the yellow and orange car. He's kind of running off with it here now. Not running the fastest, or yeah, he is running the fastest time, 5.383 in a DTM. That's pretty quick. Guillermo Sire 5.571 and 5.831 Randy Kirtley. Yeah, Gelford's talking about the Blue King. Yeah, back on topic. I guess I kind of lost train of thought there. But this guy, he would make a replica of it, 1/64 scale, and it looked just like the original AMCs. Like in the corners where they would do the cutouts. And I told Dad, I said, yeah, I'd love to have one of those. We need to get that guy to come and build us one. And he was reasonable. It was reasonable. Uh, but then right at that time when we were fixing to get him to do it, our distributor stopped selling every bit of the HO stuff. And I was like, well, we can't do nothing with that. Sean McCutcheon there, 81, 78 for Guillermo, 75 Randy Kirtley. But yeah, man, I watched a few videos on it and they were humming. So like we're talking about the Flexi Challenge Series coming here, and that's the upper echelon for 124 scale Flexi type racing and stuff like that. Some big names down south running this series. Well, the videos I watched were the big names that were running the HO 164 scale stuff on those tracks, the mimic tracks of the original American tracks, and it was just they were holding it wide open, but them cars were going so incredibly fast. Gale Force Raceway says to start is just routing a track, and yeah, north of 30G wouldn't surprise. Yeah, so I guess that track itself wasn't for sale, but they're selling that track essentially like they'll come and build that track is I guess what they're saying. Whew, expensive. Yeah, I had the two little cherries as the emblem. Since I appreciate your comments on our channel and watching genuinely, dude, I love this stuff. Like I said, I've been doing it for 30 something years, and you know I first met you on here coming up in here, and then I subbed to your channel, and kindred spirits. So I watch that. I watch Hot Wheel collection type stuff. Pretty much anything hobby related. Models. I like to keep my eyes on guys making new models and stuff. But that's when I get free time. Here lately, I've not had much free time getting ready up with all this stuff. Occasionally, I get to in the mornings when I'm drinking coffee. That's when I watch your stuff. It's in the mornings. Uh, watch a lot of slot car racing from other places. A guy up in Pennsylvania, I follow him. SVX, I watch him because they run a lot of the similar stuff that we run. Similarly about the way the guys do here with us. They watch us because we're running similar stuff to them. Report says I'm fast coming up on almost 50 years of slots. Yikes. Yeah, it goes quick. I know I'm 30, a little over 30 something years, but it is quick. It don't take long. I mean, I could blink and remember when I was racing there at Slot City with Dale and Greg, and there was a picture of Greg up on Facebook last week, and he was, I could recognize him, but then I didn't want to outright ask him if it was him because I hadn't seen him in years. So I just brought up Slot City. He's like, yeah, I used to run that place. And he's like, I'm Greg. And I was like, I thought that was you. So it was good to see him. And, I blinked, man. And I remember when the video game Soldier of Fortune came out, and we were playing. Me and Greg turned me on to it. And we played a little bit online together, multiplayer, and it was a pretty graphic game back then. I was kind of young, but it was still pretty cool. And then we would slot car race there. I think it was every Tuesday and Friday. I think we went up there and raced, and we were regulars for sure. And I hated to see that place leave. They ended up putting a church there, and it was one of them deals. You lease it, and they're like, "Hey, man, we need the spot." But that place was so fun in Owensboro, and that was one of the only tracks in Owensboro that didn't take advantage of you. That they opened it up. 2 months later, they shut it down, kind of thing. They actually kept it open for years. Jay Latham, right there at the end of the track in the blue and white hat, he come with us several times. And my buddy Daniel Taylor, he come, and my brother and dad, of course, we went, and we had a blast, and I love it. I've been loving it ever since. That place closed. We ended up building. Well, that's the end of it. I didn't get there. Got a track call, but I don't think that was a true track call. You're only supposed to call track if it's in the red zone. Sean McCutcheon 101, 99, Guillermo 95, Randy Kirtley. Like I said, a pretty fast and furious little race here. Go for say that's cool, man. My local hobby shop shut its doors a couple months ago. We still got two more pretty close. The Nostalgia was the place to be, man. And isn't it heart wrenching? Like, man, I can still remember walking through there because they advertised with movie posters in there. I don't know if there ever was a movie theater in that place, but they had movie posters in there. I remember seeing Dumb and Dumber movie poster right on the outside of Slot City when you would walk in there. And Lou Vega, Mumbo Number Five, that was the number one hit on 96 STO in Owensboro. And I was just a kid, dude, loving life and racing slot cars. Now, of course, all I raced was FCR back then. They call it GRC now. I think Roger and them are actually making FCRs again with the old Super 16Ds, but that's what we ran. We ran those, we drag raced, and we did it all. It was a blast. Dale and Greg McClintock, man, such good memories. I love those guys, and we need more guys like those guys. Dale, he created some of the craziest races, and people was like, man, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind running races like that. But I'll tell you what, the kids loved it. The kids loved Dale, and we would run those drag race combo races with circle racing, like winner takes all kind of stuff. And he always had what is it, peppermint patties he'd give to the kids. Yeah, Gale Force Raceway. He still goes to the 3 shows per year in local PAL building, but sadly he's an older fella now. And man, that is another thing too. Whenever whenever we were going there, Greg, he was probably in his late 20s. He was so young, good guy. Seen him here the other day, and seen him with a little age on him, and it really puts in perspective that we don't have much time here on Earth. And I tell everybody I can, that don't know the Lord, that get to know Him. He's the best friend you can have. Had a dream last night. I was actually singing a praise song to the Lord in the middle of a town. So, but I wake up, I give Him thanks. He protected us in the storm. I really truly believe that. We woke up the next day. We were supposed to have hell busting down the side of the walls and shattering everybody's house up, and a tornado rolled through. Supposed to wipe out Livermore. And we woke up to dry conditions. Not even rain hit. So I thank the Lord for it. I know a lot of people don't believe in Him, but they should. I mean, he really is the best thing that ever happened in my life. And I used to not believe too. And I'll tell you what, man, I had a rough go of it. Wrecked my car, flipped it several times. You don't know, you don't know how thankful you are. I remember being in that car with my wife now, but I remember seeing my dad and my granddaddy looking at all the wreckage. And my granddaddy was getting on in years in. Hello, baby boy. You want to take him out? I don't think they could see him. I don't think they. camera goes that high. So I killed the track because it was on red, but that's just to literally the killing of the track is literally just to put the cars back on. It's not to work on cars. Gale Force, man, that touches my heart that you believe. And we need fellow believers too, uh, because that's church, right? Oh, you seen him? You got to see Cheese? I didn't know he was going to show up on the screen. Well, I was trying to get him on the screen, but I knew the camera was up here. Sean McCutcheon, 118, 117. Guillermo, Randy, 114. Still a very close race. Yeah, he's a good old dog. We had two of them. One of them got a heart murmur. It was the one that we got. His name was Chili. And then the lady's like, well, I'll send you another one. So we met her up, got him because, she felt bad about it and didn't want to sell us a dog for that kind of money uh, with those kind of conditions. So she made it right, and we got Cheese. They hated each other. I mean, they were at each other's throats trying to kill each other. And I mean, trying to rip each other's throats out, man. It was brutal. And we ended up having to put them in kennels. And I said, we got to find somebody to take one of these dogs. We asked and we asked for like 6 months. And, dragging the kennel in and out every day so they get some sun and then taking one to go for a walk. And, it was tough. Putting one in and they was just at the cages. They hated each other. Well, then finally, fellow slot car racer come up in here from Tennessee Top Slots, and my wife mentioned it too because we mentioned it to everybody here. We wanted him to go to a good home. We didn't want to put him in the pound. And yeah, he said, I'll take him. He said, go get him. So that night, he went with them, and now he's on a farm, and evidently he's got him a girlfriend and everything else. And as soon as that happened, we let the other one out of the cage, and there was no foaming at the mouth or nothing. He just instantly was just a docile dog. Like it was, I guess it's just where dogs are territorial and they don't like other dogs. But yeah, he's a kind little baby, and everybody loves him. He's a sweet old dog. They actually seen him. You gonna pick him up, put him on there? There he is. Yeah, it's good enough. Oh, cheesy. Yeah, he is on our Facebook page every week. From when we're off, there's always a picture of him and what he's doing. He loves being behind the counter. Everybody's like, oh, just let him out, let him roam. But some people are just not dog people, and we don't let him roam for that. We don't want him jumping on people that don't want it, and he likes being back there anyway. The ground's cold back there, his water's there, and everything else. Yeah, he's a good old boy. He's a sweet boy for sure. He is. If you've ever had an English bulldog, man, they are the most cuddly dogs. They love cuddling. When I was a kid, mom and dad asked me. They said, we're going to get you a dog. What kind of dog you want? I said, I want one of them dogs off of Star Wars. And they didn't know what I was talking about. And then we watched Star Wars, and he's like, you talking about an Ewok? I was like, yeah, I want one of them. But the Ewok is not a real animal. But that's about as close to an English bulldog as you could get in Star Wars. But do love English bulldogs. I ended up getting one whenever I moved out. His name's Reuben. He passed away a couple years ago. And man, it tore me apart. I said I'll never have another dog. But my wife, she's like, I want one at the puppy stage. So we ended up getting one. And he is so much like Reuben, it ain't even funny. I used to take Reuben Air Force. I used to take Reuben airsoft with me. He would go there. I'd put him in camo, and we'd go do airsoft together. And they loved him at the airsoft field too. And that was ACS Airsoft. If you want to check those guys out, a little shout out to those guys. But a great airsoft place, man. They had it all decked out like Call of Duty there, and we did some like Warzone action and stuff. We'd set up a tent. We had air conditioner out of the back of my truck and a generator running. We were high living while we was there. But I haven't been there in a couple years. Been very busy with all this. Sean McCutcheon, 139, 137 Guillermo, 134 Randy. All these guys really, really close together still. But yeah, if you ever are in the Paducah area and you like airsoft, ACS Airsoft, some of the best guys. I think it's ran by three guys. And I would normally talk to one guy when I would go there because he was like the tech guy on the AEG guns, and he was partial owner too. And I always just spent time talking to him. Michael House said, I had an American Staffordshire Terrier, also called a pit bull in some cases. Nice. Yeah, pit bulls have a rough connotation like English bulldogs. A lot of people think they're really, really aggressive dogs, but any dog, given the right circumstance, can be scared and bite people. It's just the way dogs are. They're very territorial, but if you raise them like they're your kids, they tend to act like kids, and they're very, very kind-hearted individuals. Guys bringing up last night, I think it was Glenn, if I'm not mistaken, and he was saying, what's funny about a dog is you throw him in the trunk, throw your wife in the trunk, and he says you can come back the next day, and that dog will lick you and love on you and everything else, but you open that up, and your wife should be trying to tear your face off. So, well, that's true. Yeah. And then I mentioned to him, I said, dogs for the most part are always happy to see you, love you, and everything else, but they can't laugh. So I always thought that was funny. Some of the most happiest creatures on earth can't laugh. Michael Howell, she passed away 2 years ago. Mine was afraid of her own shadow. That was kind of like Ruben in the middle of the night. I almost think he seen stuff because he would always bark. Horse says I only had one dog growing up, beautiful white husky Snowball. Uh, it also how we found out it was allergic as heck to him. Sad because he was cool. Yeah, I am allergic to cats, and we just lost a cat a couple weeks ago, and that was like our oldest cat, and it kept our other cat kind of calm. And our other cat's kind of a loner. He doesn't really like people all that much, but our cat that died, he was a very friendly cat, almost acted like a dog essentially. It'd cuddle up with you every time I prayed. It would get in my lap and purr. I'd sing songs to the Lord and stuff like that, and he would come in there and he would just purr super loud. You could hear him. His purr was louder than his meow. But he passed, and ever since then, our other loner cat, he's been meowing in all ends of the night and everything, and whew, it's just tough. It really is. But I'm allergic to cats, so now he's trying to get up in my bed and everything. And I told T, I said, we can't have cats up in my bed. I said, I won't make it. Eyes get to watering, nose gets to running, and throat gets a little sharp tingle in it, and I'm coughing all night, and I won't sleep a wink. But they do keep the mice down. We live pretty close to farm fields, so we're always getting mice here, there, and everywhere. Sean McCutcheon letting Randy Kirtley go by. 10 seconds left to go. Looks like Sean might get this by a lap, but I don't know. We're seeing some changes here. It's going to be close. Whew. Ended up pretty close there towards the end. Guillermo was coming back. But good race nonetheless. These guys, 159, Sean McCutcheon, 157, Guillermo, 153, Randy Kirtley. Let's see, 21 laps. We didn't see a break over to 22. Sean McCutcheon and Guillermo both being able to access that 21 lap marker. Randy really close there on red lane getting that 21, but he was just a little bit shy of it. All right, so let's see here. Glenn right now marking down the names. Once he gets done with that, we'll get the names in for qualifying coming up for LMP. So Glenn's got them laid down there. We're going to go ahead and move on into getting the names put in. Change this race format back to qualifying. Turn that to 1 minute. And then qualify 5th lane. Clear these guys out. We got to get the other 3 in there, which is Jay, Glenn, and James. So there's James and Glenn. Put those guys in there, place them randomly, hit OK. So Guillermo's going to be up first in qualifying. I got to tech them real quick. So I'll have to run up there and tech their cars. And then we'll jump right into the LMP. So I'll be back here in just a second, guys. I'm going to run up here and tech these cars for the guys. All right, guys, bring your LMP cars up. Did you not have gray for that seat? All right, well, just don't make it a bunch of colors then. All right, that'll work. All right, do you know what happened to my tech tool? There it is. All right, let's see here. Glenn Burden. Let's see if this is the one I worked on. Oh, this is a Gemini. So that must have been his GTP I worked on. And Glenn's good here. All right. 11 tooth. Good. Good. Sean. Is that 11 tooth? Yeah, that's 11. Okay. 1137. And Sean's good. Let's see this one here. Now, this one's James, right? All right, that one's good. I ain't gonna let that be your car. Illegal if it's your car. Oh, okay. So it's better than this car? Okay. I'll let that happen. Oh, okay. Long as you're giving James the better car, we're all right with it, Sean. I can't let you have too much of an advantage. Some of them don't. Yeah, it happens. Need 2 cars. He's doing pretty good painting the old bleachers, ain't she? Don't listen to Sean T. Here comes Jay Latham with the blue and black beauty. Clear. All right. 11 tooth. I know that's 11 tooth because I sold him the JK. And Guillermo Sire in what looks to be a little bit of a reptilian car. And that's going to be an angle 39. Good to go. Looks like we got all our cars. Going to bring them over for qualifying. Excuse me, pup dog. Oh, sweet mercy. About went down. Yeah. Here you go. I don't know. Depending on. Yeah, you'll have to be pretty quick. All right, here we go. I'm going to lay these cars upside down. That way they don't flat spot their tires. And then when they get done, they can put them back on however they want. All right. Pop my knee there. First up is going to be Guillermo. Ugh. LMP class. 11 tooth locked. No higher than 11 tooth pinion. Yellow Forest Raceway. Time to eat. I too will be back soon. All right. See ya in a few. All right, Guillermo. You need those marshals, Guillermo? I thought you never wreck. Here we go. All right, I got to change that over again in the settings. I think it's options, maybe. Yeah. Right now, turning a 5.601, and he did wreck. I would have never guessed. Coming off again, 5.258 though, pretty quick there. Oof. 10 seconds left to go. Might be able to get one more lap in. But it looks like he's just going to bring it around with a 5.258. Guillermo Sire 5.259 or 58, looking pretty good. Next up, going to be Glenn Burden. Excuse me. Hey, Guillermo, before we leave today, I want to get a picture of you with your crown on, with your shirt. Same way with you, Jay, if you don't care. You didn't get a crown. Dad, I can get yours later. And here goes Glenn Burden. Gemini chassis he's rolling. Laid back over for him. A 5.825 for Glenn Burden. Got her on the last lap. Up next, Sean McCutcheon. What's up, Jay? Oh, nice. Did you do that? Oh, yeah? Jay got him a custom made plate for his car steam controller. Sean McCutcheon up. Very aggressive sensitivity set on that. almost full throttle, instantaneous coming out of the corners. .053 so far in the LMP class. And right now, the fastest lap time, Sean McCutcheon, 5.053. Jay Latham up next in that blue and black beauty. Jay, you're up. And here we go, folks. Jay Latham put in some time. 5.421. He's getting ready to line out there a little bit too. That car is planted too, folks. Hardly any shift back and forth in the rear. A different race car this week from last. And a red flag rotation. Jay Latham currently in third place, one up off the bubble. Next up is James McCutcheon. And here goes James. Hard accelerating off the middle there. Guillermo's going to get him on there. And a 6.308 for James McCutcheon. Currently fifth position. Randy Kirtley up next. Sean, track marshal, and he one in the middle. Jay, will you marshal the middle? Need track marshal in the middle. Randy Kirtley's body dragging a little bit. Scar's still quick though. 5.531 so far. Randy Kirtley's car really planted too. I believe he is running a Viking, I think is what that car is. Could be an Orca. And what an impressive 5.220. 5.148. There we go. Randy Kirtley's going to qualify second, so it's going to be more of the same. Jay, Glenn, and James B. Main, Sean, Randy, and Guillermo A. Main. All right, so we're going to get this changed over here to round robin time heat. 2 minutes. Select racers. Clear everybody out. Jay. Jay, did you say you're on white? Okay. Uh, Glenn, yellow. James. All right, clear everybody else off. We go to settings, or sorry, options. Turn that back to 120. Okay. All right, guys, we're good to go. Once we get track marshals in their spots, we will be starting the race. Good time to thank our sponsor, Livermore Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. First sponsor in the Four Crowns now into the Flexi Challenge Series. Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge coming here to Lanes Raceway April the 12th. We're excited about that. Blake Smith going to be commentating that race from Let's Talk Racing. And Mid-America sponsoring some good size prizes for those that run all Mid-America products during the Flexi Challenge. Also, we got some Flexi Challenge shirts here. If you're involved or racing the Flexi Challenge, we will order you a shirt if you like. Just send us the size shirt, and we'll get it ordered for you. All right, track marshals, we're ready. And here comes Guillermo. All right, racers, watch your lights. And we're racing underway out in early lead. Jay Latham followed by Glenn Burden. Both of these guys on each other's heels here. Jay Latham increasing a little bit of speed out of 3 and 2, accelerating a little bit more. But Glenn's not giving up. Get a little swallery coming around. because we're limited on track marshals. If I see a little bit longer of a pause than should be necessary to put a car back on, I'll go ahead and kill the track, start it. T's doing a really good job on the bleachers, Kentucky blue and white. Probably a perfect combo, actually, Kentucky blue and white. Our track's blue. Just makes sense. A special thanks to Jason Howard, one of our drag racers slash RC racers here at Lanes Raceway. Used to be a circle racer like these guys, but he's the one that actually built those bleachers. I think he done an extremely excellent job. I told him, I said, we need to go into business building these. He goes, nope, 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 you're going to get me in trouble. uh, but special thanks to him for sure. Now we got some spots to sit and watch the race when we have the big Flexi challenge, and guys and gals can come in here and watch this race if they want. Pop up there and watch the race from the high stands, the upper seats. And that's going to be a red flag rotation. We see Jay Latham there in the lead, 20 laps, 17 for Glenn, 16 for James. I'll be right back, folks. Watch these guys work on the cars. I'll see you here in just a second. All right, I'm back. And of course, right whenever I leave, I have to hit the track button. But nature called, so I had to answer. So you see Randy there running towards the driver's station there. There's little red marks there. That's where the track calls get made if they're in that red zone. Other than that, it is not a track call unless somebody's holding up the race, like one of the track marshals holding the race or something. Jay Latham, 39, 34 for Glenn Burton, 30 for James McCutcheon. Looks like T's starting on the other bleacher. She got the other one done. She's painted them in winter Flexi Challenge. You can kind of see it there in the middle. Bleachers there for people to sit on. Tucky blue and white. A little gray action. Mm, losing a token there. 1 second. Log in. No, that's not what we need. Need screen connect. There we go. Go. Glenn's going to be on white lane. James on green. And Jay on orange. Get our first car coming off in the third corner to the last. White coming off, followed by orange. Glenberg come off in the first corner there. Jay Latham several tenths of a second faster than the other racers there, right on that bubble. As we get a red flag rotation, round robin 3 of 8. Take a look here at the times. Yet another 2019 runs for Jay Latham. And Glenn Burden there, 17s and 16s. James there, 14s and 16s. But everybody super excited for the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge race coming here April the 12th, 2025. A big racing event here for Lanes Raceway. Special commentator Blake Smith out of Let's Talk Racing and Mid-America throwing in some giveaways for those running nothing but a Mid-America Flexi car, fully decked out in Mid-America gear. So we're excited for that. And we've got some shirts down here we're having made for the Flexi Challenge Winter Series. And you can kind of see the design there for that. If you're interested in one of those and you're racing in that series, give us a shout. We'll get you a shirt made up. Give us your size. And of course, as always, special thanks to Livermore Subway, our sponsor here at Lanes Raceway, for making some delicious sandwiches, providing them for our banquets, and also for throwing up $1,000 for the Four Crowns. We appreciate that. And don't forget, 1RC on Tuesday nights, a dirt late model series here at Lanes Raceway, where we race 1RC and have some interviews with the racers and some other stuff going on Tuesday night. So, pretty fun time to be had, to say the least. 30 seconds we'll be going back green racing. And yet again, we're having somewhat of a split here. It's like all three of these guys are in their own kind of racing category. Jay almost teetering over into the A, but just can't do it this week. He's just right there on the tip. And Glenn, a pretty big front runner for what would be the B main. And then also on the bottom side would be James, but we just don't have a lot of racers this week. Fast possibility yet again, some more spam from Twitch, so we'll go ahead and block that. All right, 1 minute, 55 seconds. Round robin 4 of 8. If you're interested in joining up with these guys, you're more than welcome to. We got everything you need for you to come on in and have a good time with these guys. We'd love to have you. And anybody's welcome to come and race in this series. On a hard hit on the last corner there, Randy Curtis is going to get the car slotted in. Laps is what separates Jay from Glenn currently. Pretty much a repeat from what we've seen earlier in the DTM. But I believe Glenn's got a trick up his sleeve for the GTP class coming up. I think we might actually see Glenn be in the A main coming up next, because we did put in some work on that car, and man, he was turning some good times. So we'll probably see old Glenn possibly in the A main. What I'm hoping. James McCutcheon now taking over second position. 10 seconds left remaining in the round robin 4 of 8. That's going to be a red flag rotation. Come up here and check out Jay Latham. Still putting up 19s and 20s, 78 total laps so far, 19.5 on average. James McCutcheon 16.5 on average, and second was 66. Glenn Burden 65 with 16.2 on average. I'm going to run and grab me a drink real quick, folks, and I'll be right back. Hey T, while you're back there, could you grab me a cola? I want a Mountain Dew. Mm, can. Uh, I'll just say can. Thank you. Sean? Sean? You've been dude. Had to give me a little bit of a drink. Hair's looking rough. Look at that. It's getting thin, folks. I'll be bald in a couple years. It's good Mountain Dew. Let's see the progress of T's adventures over here. Looks like you got the top side painted. Pretty close. Put some slashes on there. Be pretty cool when it's done. I've already set up that height before, and I mean, you can see the track really good. It's a good viewing experience, to say the least. Four red lights are dropping out to green. Here we go as we see Sean run to his track mate Marshall spot. Ooh, so we got two cars involved in a wreck here. Jay Latham's car really planted. Right now, Jay running a 5.992. James hanging on by a thread there, 6.214 as we see Glenn Barton coming off there in the second turn. Glenn with the best lap of 6.065, really close to Jay. Glenn can't win from losing there. Both guys in his lane. Glenn and Jay side by side. Jay's going to give it up. Glenn's going to hang it out. And this is the advantage that Glenn was needing. Now pulling himself back into second position. Glenn right now with 82 laps there, pulling up back that second position. James 81 and Jay Latham 95 up there in top position. Good time to drink a little bit of Mountain Dew. Jay just got me a new Hawaiian shirt today. Check it out, folks. You guys know I like to wear the Hawaiians. It's like a little tiki guys on it with some Hawaiian flyers. Do like my Hawaiian shirts for sure. Yeah, there are tables and bleachers. So when the racers show up, we're going to put them in regular tables. But if it gets to a point where we need tables, the people will come off the bleachers and they will become tables. Yeah, that's a little strange, though. If somebody's sitting up there, I don't think they're going to like people sitting behind them looking at them. Yeah, or something like that. It'd make me uncomfortable. But I'll tell you where it's really going to come in handy. It's like drag race night when these guys bring in 5 or 6 boxes. They can load them up on the seat, down low, and be a big difference for sure. I think we got enough tables now, though. Oop, I better get my mouse over in the right spot. There we go. Round robin 6 of 8 right now in our second race of the evening. Usually by now it's already starting to get dark here at Lanes Raceway. So I think spring is finally starting to spring a little, or sprung a little. And we're starting to get some more daytime. I can't wait till summertime. I'm right now currently waiting on a golf cart charger that Cheese chewed all to pieces. And when I get that, I'll be able to drive my golf cart in here because I love driving the golf cart in the summertime. About 13 laps separate first from second. A couple laps separate second from third. 5.691 to Jay Latham. He's been turning progressively faster. Best laps 5.702. Glenn right there on him. Median's down a couple, or about a tenth. James McCutcheon 6.228, 6.51 respectively for his median. See James coming off right there on the last corner. If this was 3 strikes you're out, that's a real brutal hit coming off at the end of the corner as they get started back at the start finish line. And that's a red flag rotation. Round robin 6 of 8's in the books, folks. Let's sit here and take a look. Jay Latham 114. 101 for Glenn Burden. 97 for James McCutcheon. If you like what you see, like, share, and subscribe for sure. Get more people into slot car racing or any kind of hobby racing for that matter. Special thanks to Livermore Subway for sponsoring the Four Crowns and sponsoring Lanes Raceway in general. And special commentator, oops, grabbed it wrong again. There we go. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing is going to come down and uh, do the commentation for the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, April the 12th, 2025. Mid America also sponsoring some chassis and stuff for the guys that run Mid America gear for that race. Seconds before we go back green racing. This will be round robin 7 of 8. The guys having a little pit talk out here on the tables looking at these cars. Now, of course, they can't take these cars, but they're looking at them nonetheless. And we're going green. 4 red lights are dropping to green. And coming off to the last corner there. Hmm. 3 cars coming off. We see James McCutcheon's car coming off on the last corner. Side by side action, Glenn and Jay. And a red flag rotation. So Jay right now 134, averaging 19.1. Still unable to crack the 20 lap, but needing that 21 is what he really wants. Looking similar to Randy Kirtley's kind of times there, but different car altogether than the DTM. So we'll see Randy probably crack some 21s come up next. 119 for Glenn Burden. He's doing his best to gain some advantage here. 819 is his most lap turn there on blue lane. 114 for James McCutcheon and 19 also for him on blue. So blue is strong for all 3 racers. Coming up next will be our A main for the LMP. And that'll be the likes of Sean McCutcheon, Randy Kirtley, and Guillermo Sire. And then after this class will be our final class of the evening, the GTP class, which we'll jump right into after this. Guys might want to get them something to eat after this, because making pretty good time. Started right at 3:30. Right now 6:01. Yeah, we're making great time. All right. And here we go. Final heat here. Jay Latham's been leading all race long. He's about 16 laps up on Glenn Burden. 5 laps difference between Glenn and James. James and Glenn had a battle early on, but Glenn since took it over and has been hanging on to that second position since. And they kind of all just kind of stay within their own little range here, about a tenth of a second's difference when it comes to their medians. So uh, under normal circumstance of breakout indexing, they would have all technically been in different classes. Nonetheless, can't say it's pretty close racing, but it's racing nonetheless. These guys are getting their practice in, getting ready for the Flexi Challenge, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge coming up in April the 12th. that's it. 153 for Jay Latham. Going to bring it home. Followed by Glenn Bird at 137. 133 for James McCutcheon. We'll wait on Glenn here. He's getting the lap times recorded, or lap totals. Good, Glenn? And whoa, I just exited out of the whole thing there. Well, that ain't good. Let me go back over here. Screen connect. World track. Let me exit out of the right thing here. All right, we're going to reset this. Race format. Select racers. Clear out. It's going to be Sean Randy Guillermo. Sean, where you want to go? Dad, where you want to go? Guillermo? Orange? All right, guys, ready for you. After this, guys, y'all want to take a break, get something to eat, or y'all want to run through them? We got one more race to run after this, GTP, and that's it. I'm fine. I just know sometimes guys want to get something to eat in between. Sometimes they want to run through. That's why I'm asking. Because we got plenty of time. It's up to y'all. I'll let y'all stew on it while this race is running. Yeah, stew on it. A guy named Stu? Huh? Jay? Yeah, he got his a couple days ago. He's already wore it. Probably in dirty clothes. Yeah, I just gave Jay his. What's up, King Jay? It does, don't it? Guillermo, what do you think about the bleachers? So when you're waiting for your race to happen, you're going to set up in there and watch the race. Whenever the Flexi Challenge comes the 12th, are you going to, when you're waiting on your race, you're going to set up in the bleachers? $5. Yeah. 20 for you though. Yeah, 20 for you, Sean. Free for everybody else. uh, Dude, I don't know. Those dudes ain't to be trifled with. I don't know. I don't know. I hope you do win, or at least one of you guys from Lanes Raceway. All right. This is the A main for the LMP race here at Lanes Raceway. Racers, y'all ready? Here we go. So Randy Kirtley there on the inside. In the middle, Guillermo Sire. On the outside, Sean McCutcheon in the yellow car. Guillermo out to an early lead here in the LMP. Randy Kirtley, you hear his body dragging from a mile away. He kind of falls back about a back stretch after 2 laps. Guillermo and Sean there neck and neck, battling it out pretty much like last week. Sean's going to give it up. Randy's going to pass him. And we can see Guillermo Sire out in his own there in the lizard green car. As Guillermo comes off, Randy Kirtley biding his time, now taking over the lead. Randy Kirtley hanging on to it there, keeping some pretty steady movements there, keeping his car under control. Guillermo and Sean there side by side again. As Randy Kirtley still holds on to that lead. Not a whole lot of pushing taking place here. Some of the cars actually sounding like turbos out there. So we see Guillermo and Sean neck and neck, side by side yet again. Who's going to push harder than who is the only question. As they catch Randy and we see Guillermo slam the wall hard. Sean McCutcheon now moving up towards Randy Kirtley side by side. Randy Kirtley still hanging on to it there in that frost blue. They don't call him the Frost King for nothing. He's hanging on to it, the camel hump next to Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon doing everything that he can in his power to move up, but Randy's making it hard on him. Randy's making those really high-end pace levels. Maybe not running the fastest lap time, but that's not always required. A lot of the times it's just keeping your car in the fight and waiting on someone to make a mistake. Like I said, in these A main features, it usually boils down to who's going to make a mistake. So you see how many laps it took these guys to catch back up to Randy simply just because Randy kept his car on the track. It took them right at 14 laps to catch Randy from making one mistake. So it's always best to keep your car on. We've seen this shine pretty strongly with Nathaniel Burton here recently as he's been practicing keeping his car on and slowly increasing his time. Something that we see a lot of out of Randy Kirtley. Sean McCutcheon in the lead right now, 20 laps, but Randy Kirtley right there on his hips of 20. Guillermo wrecking twice, causing him to fall to third position. Sometimes pushing for the high shot is a lot. As we can see, Glenn Burton not feeling good at all right now, but track marshaling for the guys. Trying to catch some Z's in between the heat. Randy Kirtley coming around there with the pit boy from Guillermo Sire. Going to work on his car here. 3 very serious guys wearing their 4 crown shirts, working on their cars. Sometimes pushing for the high shot is a lot. As we can see, Guillermo Burton not feeling good at all right now, but track marshaling for the guys. Trying to catch some Z's in between the heat. Randy Kirtley coming around there with the pit boy from Guillermo Sire. Going to work on his and I believe all 3 of them with pit boys too. 20 seconds, we'll be back green racing. A little bit of friendly smack talk amongst the guys here. Here we go. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Guillermo to the wall there. Randy Cartley coming up on the inside of Sean McCutcheon. And now pushing harder. Sean McCutcheon losing several car lengths there to Randy. Randy Cartley looking to take back over that lead after this lap. He goes through the camel hump exuberantly quick. Randy Cartley now in the lead. Randy Cartley coming off for the first time in the middle lane. We see Sean McCutcheon coming off now, back side by side yet again. Randy Cartley now easing his cool as he comes side by side with Sean McCutcheon. They're about in the same position they was before they both wrecked. Tim Hall says, "Hi guys." Hello, Tim. Side by side, rolling down into the first corner. Randy now taking the lead again and doing it substantially here as his tires are holding in there. Guillermo Sire having some trouble with his car. Randy Cartley focused in, line sight, laser beam. Sean McCutcheon a little aggressive through some of the corners there, causing the car to slip out a little bit. This is where some of the lost time's taken. Randy Cartley, like I said, he's right there on the ragged edge, but he's holding off on his car, and probably the destructive manner of his body is causing some issues too. As we see Glenn get him put back on, now he's up side by side with Guillermo Sire, but Guillermo Sire is 1 lap down. Sean McCutcheon now taking back over the lead, and he's about a corner difference from Randy and Guillermo. With 4 seconds left to go. And Sean lost a lot of time there right at the end in the camel hump. But you're looking at the difference between first and second right there. So we look a little bit bigger here. 40 laps for Sean, 40 laps for Randy, 39 laps for Guillermo Sire. Guillermo having some trouble keeping the old car on. Excuse me. Everybody with their Guillermo Sire pit boys out, ready to work on them cars yet again. Guillermo made everybody some nice nameplates too to mark their cars for races. .40 seconds before we go back green racing. Special thanks to our sponsor, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999. They're right next door. So if you're at Lanes Raceway and you want something to eat and you want it quick, there you go. Call them in, get a little bit of a discount there, and get you a sub sandwich. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing. Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge coming in April the 12th. He's going to be your main commentator. He's going to be sitting in this seat talking to you like I'm talking to you now. I'll be out there in the field with the guys racing, doing interviews and stuff like that. Mid-America Slot Car Superstore, or slotcarstore.net. Check them out for all your Mid-American needs. They're going to be sponsoring some good parts and stuff for the guys that race Mid-America. Top finisher, of course, going to bring home some goodies. And looks like Sean just narrowly keeping Randy Kirtley off there as we come around the start-finish line here. Guillermo Sire coming up on Randy Kirtley, but Randy's now making some moves a little bit aggressively towards in the first corner. If Randy would back that off a little bit, he'd be a lot faster. Sean giving it up. Sean now side by side with Guillermo Sire. Will he give it up to Guillermo is the question, but it looks like he's fending Guillermo off. Now making some pushes towards Randy as he can time Randy's car a little bit better. The only thing I'm seeing Randy from running a perfect lap here is that first corner. Randy's just a little too aggressive on the dive bomb in. If he could back it off just a hair, his car goes so much smoother through 3 and 4. And we've seen that just then on that lap, but he over aggressively pushed it in the second to the last corner there. Now smoothing it out, he is a force to be reckoned with. And we're seeing Randy in his true form here, the Frost King. Now backing her down a little bit. Guillermo Sire wrecking once again. Sean McCutcheon getting really aggressive, trying to catch up with Randy. Usually this kind of spells disaster, but he's got no choice if he wants to stay in this game. He's got to make moves when he can make them. Randy Kirtley pushing a little too hard in the first corner yet again, losing a little bit of time to Sean. But Sean losing it there towards the camel hump. So it's a very close race between these guys. We can see times respectfully here, 5.409 for Randy and 5.476, just 700ths of a second difference between these two guys. They're both running about as fast as you can go with these cars on the track, and neither one of them giving it up. It's all about keeping that back under control, and Randy's going to be victorious in that heat on orange. Even to the point of Randy Kirtley turning an impressive 22 laps there on orange, just smooth as butter. And right now, 22 is the lap to beat in this class. If a guy at the end of this series can turn more than 22, that would surprise me. There was a time when I thought 20 couldn't be beat. But the Frost King back in true form here, 20.7 on average, 62 total laps, 61 for Sean, 60 for Guillermo Sire. A very exciting race, to say the least, and we still got 5 more heats to go. So everybody out with their pit boys. Glenn taking a breather there as he's got to get ready for the next race coming up, GTP, our final series race of the evening. And this is open gear ratio coming up next. And these guys are going to be really humdinging. 5,000 bodies and the whole nine. It's going to be exciting. T's back to painting the old bleachers. Might get those done tonight. I might have to go over and sit on them come next race. You never can tell with me. But then again, I probably need to be over here so I can kill the track if need be. But man, it's nice to have some bleachers there. I need to get myself over here ready to hit that pause button for the next heat. Guillermo's getting his pit boy picked up as he's coming around with 10 seconds left to go. And here we go. And already out of the gate, we see the Frost King coming off. Sean now taking over the lead as he's side by side with Guillermo Sire. Who's going to give first, Guillermo in the green car or the yellow car of Sean McCutcheon? Because I will say this, too much riding side by side causes you to mess up, especially if somebody doesn't drive the way you want them to drive in a corner. Looks like Sean's making some leeway out on Guillermo and actually moving up front a little bit. Randy Kirtley's actually catching the crew as he's driving a little bit harder now into the first section. His shining achievement is definitely on white and red because he can drive it a little bit deeper in that first corner, and that makes him extremely fast. The biggest deal is keeping your car on through 2, 3, and the third to last corner when you're on those insides. And third to last corner is probably the most dangerous, to say the least. Now, half a track difference between Randy and Sean McCutcheon. We've got a 3-way split between these guys. Randy trying to make some moves up on Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon's best lap time of 3:92. Randy's 3:55. So Sean definitely on a fast lane there, blue lane, arguably the fastest lane of the track. Going to be tough for Randy to catch. Randy just needs to bide his time and hang on to that white lane and not give up hardly any laps if he can help it. Glenn Burden getting the car put back on, slams it right on Randy Kirtley. And Guillermo hits Randy, and we got several cars off. Sean being a gentleman waiting on the guys as he didn't want to win like that, I suppose, keeping himself out of the wreck. So now one lap separates the difference between Sean and Randy. And that's a red flag rotation. Pretty rough for Randy to jump right out of the gun there on white, causing him to come off. And then again, having some issues there with the car getting in his way that wrecked. But Sean McCutcheon going to have a pretty good run there. 83 laps for Sean McCutcheon. Randy only 19. The rest of the guys scoring 20 there on white. Pretty detrimental, dropping him 2 laps. Now putting him into the grasp of Guillermo Sire with 78. It's going to be close between those guys. We'll just have to see how the racing continues here as we have 4 more heats left to go. Anything can happen. And tides can definitely change as guys go out there just trying to keep their heads about them with their pit boys, trying to work on their cars. We'll just have to wait and see how things change. Myself set up for next round over the pause menu. Looks like we had 120 drop frames. I'm going to try to get a little bit more comfortable in this seat. Seat after a while gets to hurt in the back. The butt in the seat's pretty rigid. You helping her paint, Glenn? She could just hold it straight, couldn't she? Glenn's helping T paint those over. He's shaking the bleachers for her. Jay Latham in between heats working on his stuff, trying to get ready for the GTP coming up next. And that will be our final race of the evening. All the racers coming around. Here we go. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Round robin, 5 of 8. Sean McCutcheon hanging on to that lead, purple lane as we roll through. Coming around, Randy Kirtley aggressive out of the gate as he goes to pop side on the inside with Guillermo Sire. A little bit of lagging taking place in the stream, but Randy popping out on front. Now Randy down to the 84. He's going to have to push a little bit and gain a little bit, and he's doing so well as we're seeing Sean drop off time-wise here. Randy Kirtley a 5.708 best lap. Sean McCutcheon did turn a 5.665. His median was a 612 though to Randy's 582. If he keeps it that way, Randy is going to catch this heat. A tenth of a second per lap is a lot, folks. And we can see Randy Kirtley now about a quarter to a half of a lap ahead of Guillermo and Sean. Sean and Guillermo battling it out there side by side through the camel hump. And neither one of them giving an inch as Guillermo's finding his footing there on the blue lane. Some very vigorous side-by-side action, to say the least. Usually somebody prevails. It looks like maybe Guillermo's starting to prevail here a little bit. Now a little bit of a lag behind, about 4 car lengths difference between the two. As the motors warm up, Guillermo comes off. Randy Kirtley coming around. Sean coming off. Randy really close to him now. As we see the pressure is increasing here. 21 seconds left to go, and Randy Kirtley is on fire. holding that red lane down. Like I said, he loves those inside lanes, being able to push a little bit harder through 1 and 2. As long as he just holds those resolves there and keeps doing what he's been doing, he should make the pass here, taking the lead. A red flag. Randy Kirtley now, even though it doesn't show it, currently in the lead by that much at the end of the track. So Randy Kirtley and Sean both 103. Like I said, Randy here at the end of the track here, kind of point the screen towards it, the blue car. He's about a car length up on Sean McCutcheon currently. 99 laps for Guillermo Sire there in third position. Having a pretty rough weekend here. 22 smoking laps on red for Randy Kirtley. He is coming back with a vengeance after that 19 on white he was not pleased with. His car definitely performs really well on those red, white, and green lanes. And somewhat of a distraction there also for him. The rest of the guys with that body dragging. That body making that scraping noise has got to be hard on the ears for the guys, but probably pleasant to Randy as it helps him get his timing down. Flexi Challenge Series, you guys can see the excitement in my face when it comes to Flexi Challenge. Slot Car Winter Series Flexi Challenge here at Lanes Raceway. Get you a t-shirt as long as you're racing here at Lanes Raceway. We'll get your size and get you one ordered. We only let you have a series shirt if you're racing. But nonetheless, if you come April the 12th, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, you can get one of these shirts too. Just need your size, and if you order it that day, I guess we'll have to send it to you. But nonetheless, we can get you one. Special commentator Blake Smith for that day. Let's Talk Racing. Mid-America going to be giving away some goodies to those driving Mid-America chassis and cars. Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge race. Don't miss it. April the 12th. Some of the best racers in the U.S. are going to be there. So definitely don't miss it. April the 12th, 2025 here at Lanes Raceway. 5 seconds, we'll be back racing. This is round robin, 6 of 8. 2/3 of the way through this second to the last race series here. Coming up next, GTP, the fastest of these three classes. And the most sought after, the one that the guys want to run. So kind of think of it like this. GT3, Formula 3, and Formula 1. Formula 1's up next. A hard hit. Sounds like from another car. Oh, Frost King coming off here. Not good. Now giving up the lead to Sean McCutcheon after that incident. So Randy needs to dial her back just a smidge, just get his concentration back. There will be plenty of wrecks to be had. Randy is smoking fast there on the green lane. Sean McCutcheon about a corner up on him, or a backstretch. Guillermo Sire kind of in his own land, but having trouble with his car. With Guillermo and Sean showing today that they have some really strong GTPs, so got a little bit to go to see that. Randy Kirtley now catching Sean to take the lead here with 1 minute and 4 left. Like I said, Randy Kirtley loves those high lines, and he's making a move here. Oh, a little bit of lag in the stream here. Oh, Randy Kirtley coming off again in that dreaded spot. So Randy Kirtley almost a lap down now after that, coming out of turn 3. And Guillermo Sire almost catching him there. Now Randy catching a little bit here as we see Randy Kirtley turning a 5.314 best time, averaging a 5.4, so he's gaining several tenths per lap here. He needs to make those moves as quick as possible. 19 seconds left to go. And he's about a backstretch yet again to Sean McCutcheon. And he gained about 2 car lengths there that previous lap. And a red flag rotation. 1 backstretch separating first from second. Randy ended the last one in the lead. Now he's a backstretch different from Sean. Like I said, this is a battle to say the least. I almost think he didn't count one of Randy's laps there. Oh, that's because he hadn't crossed the finish line yet. All right, so Sean McCutcheon 125, 124, Randy 120, Guillermo. Very close racing here. Glenn's T trying to paint your shirt. So you got somewhere to sit? So coming up next will be round robin 7 of 8. We got that one and one more, and it's been a battle between Sean and Randy. Uh, Guillermo's just been a few laps down as he's had a few wrecks early on. This has been costing him. But all these guys out right now with their Guillermo Sire pit boys working on their cars. So you don't know from one week to the next who's going to be bringing it home, but you do know that somebody will. And sometimes guys go on pretty good streaks, but then other times they don't. So I would hate to call it between these three because who knows what could happen. Excuse me. What? Now you know once we clean this track for the Flexi Challenge race, you can't glue your tires, right? Or magic juice or whatever you put on your tires. Oh, well you can clean them, but yeah, you can't put nothing on the track once it gets done for the April 12th. So here goes another battle between Sean and Randy. And Randy going to make the pass on the outside. Sean letting him by. Courteous thing for Sean. Sean saying he just put him a couple dots of magic juice on his tires. I just let him know that if he's putting glue on the track come the Flexi Challenge April the 12th, that's a big no-no. It's actually in the rules. You are not allowed to glue the track or glue your car there. So once the track is set, that's the way it's got to be. Now, leading up to that, I'm kind of cool with it. I don't care because I get to sell bottles of glue. But nonetheless, once we get that thing spray glued that Wednesday before, you ain't touching it. Nobody will be on this track. Like, we're going to shut it down to nothing but people that are in that race until race day. So we want this to be the most premium race start that it can be. And letting a bunch of people get on it just ain't going to go. Richard Gullo. Yeah. Hello, Richard. Right now, Randy and Sean still on the same lap. Randy is making moves to put a lap between him and Sean McCutcheon. And Randy's been on fire here this week. Not a whole lot of incidents he's been collected into. And like I said, he's been running with some serious focus, to say the least. Not a whole lot of coming off himself. I think he's came off a total of 5 times this race total. And he's looking to make another pass right here to put another lap in between him and Sean McCutcheon. And Sean with a courteous let off there. We do encourage that here at Lanes Raceway, but it is not required. Some people will drive people super deep, but I'll just put it like this. I'll talk to them and say, you drive people super deep, expect it back, because that's what happens. Randy Kirtley there on blue lane turning 23 laps, so the 22 lap streak has been broken. Now 23 in the LMP class. So what a beautiful lane there for Randy Kirtley at 147. 146 for Sean McCutcheon after that heat. 142 for Guillermo Sire. Very close A main feature of the LMP. All right, headset died there. If you like what you see, guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. It helps a ton, gets us out there to more slot car people. And don't forget, coming up April the 12th, the real Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge coming here to Lanes Raceway. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing going to be in this seat commentating. I'm going to be out there in the field. He may chirp in and say, "Hey Don, what's going on out there? What's going on?" I may talk back to him and unmute my mic and talk to him. But I'm going to be out there as a secondary track killer in case something doesn't get seen by our initial track killer, because we want this to be the most fair and best race possible that can be done. This is our first time stepping out there and jumping into a series with other guys, and Alan Ingram's a great one to get involved with. Flexi Challenge Series, April the 12th. Mid-America sponsoring some good giveaways for those that are racing Mid-America chassis, tires, and motors. So get you a car set up there and maybe get a chance to win some extra goodies. Livermore Subway, a sponsor here at Lanes Raceway for the Four Crowns. They put up $1,000 for those guys. We had our banquet last week. You can check that live stream out and hear some talk from the racers that was in it and what they thought about it. And also some Flexi Challenge shirts here for those that are racing. If you want to get some, order them today. Richard Gullo, I was able to move my family obligations on April 12th, so I should be able to race with you that weekend. Excellent, man. Going to have a great time. We're super excited. I know my brother is busting at the seams. He's so excited. And Dad and him has been working on cars. Glenn, we've been working on cars. So, I'm not the best track builder. I'm not the best car builder, to say the least. But Glenn trusts me, and I do the best I can. Rear clearance is 047 for April 12th. You mentioned 032 at one point. No, it is 032. It has been changed. So, yes, make sure you get your car set at 032. I got some tools I just got in from Sean McCutcheon and James McCutcheon. They made some 032 tools here. But yes, 032 is the height that the guys want to run, and we're good with it. As they say that's what people run on a flat track, a true flat track. So, and that's what these guys are running right now. So, you can kind of get somewhat of a generalization of what laps can be turned because we are running by those rules. And if one of the rules gets messed up a little bit, uh, we do make changes in this series before that happens to more match those rules so that when that race comes April the 12th, we're ready. There's not going to be a learning curve or nothing. You guys are going to jump in at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. I think it's either 6 or 7 when we're going to open up. I can't remember exactly when we had decided, but whenever we open up, it's going to be set. There's going to be rotations on the track for practice, and it's going to run all day long for practice. So if you're, let's say, on the qualifying lane blue, it's going to run for 5 minutes. Then after that 5 minutes, you're obligated to move if there's another person waiting on that lane. And it's just going to go in a rotation. So everybody has a fair chance at the qualifying lane and all the other lanes too. And it'll just run all day long. If there's nobody waiting, just stay on it again. So it's just going to make it a pretty good day. And then a bunch of people get some practice, and then we'll roll right in. I think they want to do some other races and stuff too. We're going to see Randy Kirtley bring that home, folks. And him and Sean were battling it out all the way through to the very end. Randy Kirtley turning a 23, breaking a record in the LMP class there on Blue Lane. And that's what solidified Sean was the previous heat when Randy was able to gain 2 laps up on him. And that changed the whole course. Randy averaging 21.1 on LMP, 20.9 for Sean McCutcheon, 20.5 for Guillermo. So a very, very close average here between the guys. 5 laps separating first from last in the A main. Glenn Burden right now writing down those times and where they finished up on the track. And then we're going to move right on in to getting everybody set up for qualifying to GTP, unless these guys want to eat. Guys, do y'all want to eat and take a break, or do y'all want to roll right through GTP? And none of them are listening to me. Ready to race? I'm always ready to race, baby. Sean, I'm an everything player. They call me a gamer, man. That's what they call me for 2 reasons. You know why, Sean? Because I play a lot of video games, and I stink when I'm doing it. That is, isn't it? All right, so we're going to hit reset on this. I am going to get the race format changed over to qualifying. No, we're rolling right through unless you guys want to break to eat. But nobody has told me anything, so I'm setting it up like we're going to race. So we'll go ahead and clear these guys out. We're going to add 3 more. Those 3 is going to be Jay, Glenn, and James. J. James. Oop, Bob's your uncle. Place random. Guys, I'm going to go do a quick check on these guys, and then we're going to move right on in to qualifying. I'll be back here in just a moment. All right, guys, get your GTPs up at me's. I got to check them for legality. Y'all boys keep messing with me. We're going to do resistance checks. Y'all get too quick. All right, and I know this car here. This is the Glenn Burden car that we've been working on this week. I appreciate Glenn trusting me and working on his car and cutting his bodies and stuff. You know what? I'm going to lay that the other way. Not to say I'm playing favoritism to Glenn or nothing, but you know, whenever you do a whole lot of work on a car, you want to see it succeed. And Glenn was able to turn, I believe, a 5.2 in this baby. So I'm excited to see what Glenn can do today in this. As I work, my wife sat and watched me Wednesday work on this thing for 6 hours, getting it perfectly straight and everything else. So I'm rooting for Glenn without rooting for Glenn, if that makes sense. Let's see, Randy Kirtley coming over here. My dog is letting some toots loose. He is a stinky boy. Randy Kirtley good there. Make sure he is running one of the legal motors here. Legal motors that they can run in this class is the Mid-America Enforcer, the Speedball PS 9000, the Hawk 7 ball bearing, I guess, or the BB motor, and the Ralph Thorne Pro, Raptor Pro, and the Intimidator from Kelly. Those are the motors you can run. And here comes Guillermo Sire with his ride. He's running a Mazzetti chassis here. Let's see what we got here. And he's going to yet again barely scrape by. What motor we got in here, Guillermo? Enforcer? Okay. A lot of the guys using speedball motors and Raptor Pros if you can get them, but Raptor Pros hard to get. A lot of guys having trouble getting those. Here comes the king himself, Jay Latham, recently crowned king here at Lanes Raceway in the Four Crowns. Yet again, he's going to have a huge mug up on the wall here for too long. We got to get that sent off for him. All right, looking good. He is actually running a Mid-America Gemini Harden chassis. It was pretty quick last week. Need two cars, two cars. T is doing an exceptional job on the bleachers here. Already almost got them all painted. Brantley Howard actually helped out a little bit doing some painting earlier, I see. A little stretch. What? Well, I ought to have all the racers sign it, really. Did it? All right, let's see this ride here. We have an enforcer. All right, let's see about this baby. Whoops. I'm glad that hit my toe instead of the ground.
That was my LMP from a while ago.
Good there.
It runs a little better than yours. So crap. It runs a lot.
Sean McCutcheon, America. All right, looking good.
It actually has a lot of
All right.
clearance on the back. Surprisingly enough.
We're good, guys. Ugh.
Go to the far corner.
Got to get the cars out here by the start finish line. Up first is going to be Jay. I don't know why that popped back up here, but anyways, I'll take a look at it here in just a second. So let's get these cars out here. Looks like I'm on a flat spot on this time. GTP, the Big Daddy Series. fastest of all the series that we're running, open gear ratio and all. Let me scooch on down in here. So we hit OK after that. And I need to go to the options, turn this down to 10, hit OK. All right, Jay, you're up first, and we need track marshals. Guillermo. And this will be our final race of the evening and third race. So right now, what are we looking at time-wise? 6:50, 7 o'clock. So we'll be done right at pretty close to closing time, which is perfect. Oh, well, he ain't ready. I ain't got his car on there. Jay's driving the ghost car, ain't he? I think he's the number two.
Go, Jay. Go.
Yeah, Jay, look at that fast time, Jay. That's a zero.
That's my fault, folks. I should have put him on there. I didn't even think about it. All right, guys, here we go. About hit go on Jay and robbed him of the lap. Jay's body definitely dragging there a little bit. He might want to clean that up a little bit before the race. Other than that, that is one of the smoothest sounding cars. I can't even hear that it's running other than the body. Yeah, that body's dragging. Just run it, Jay. It's just the body. 5.745. Dad was saying, Randy Kirtley, for clarification, was saying that's how his car did in Helen, Georgia. Wouldn't run once he put it on the track. Guillermo Sires up next. 20 seconds to get his car hooked up. Here we go. Guillermo Sires up. And this is GTP. We're going to see some pretty quick times here with the higher side wings here. Oh my, sorry folks. What have I done here? I am so sorry. I'm over here. Y'all are just seeing the screen. You're not even seeing the qualifying because I'm an idiot and forgot to put the thing back down. I got you now. So 5.226 for Guillermo so far. Now we have seen Sean earlier claim, this is a claim, that he ran a 4.6. Uh, I personally think that he was playing tricks on people, but if he did, man, that's exceptional. 5.035 for Guillermo Sire. Very quick through the three corners. And Guillermo's going to take the lead on lap time right there with 5.033. And Glenn's up next. I know I seen Glenn turn a 5.2 in this car, so really hoping that happens. Looks like Glenn's ready. All right. Now, this is a car built by me, so I'm hoping it does really well. Shane, what's up, Donovan? I've got some of the local guys from here tuning in to check you out. Appreciate it, Shane. Right now, this is one of my cars that I built for Glenn. Spent about 6 hours on it. And right now, Glenn turning about a 5.269. He's real smooth. And as you can tell, the car sounds pretty good. Uh, I put my heart and soul into this baby. So seeing him turn that time really makes me happy. I'm not a pro builder by no means, but I do the best I can. 5.177. That gov looking good, Glenn. Looking good. Way to go, Glenn. Gabe saying, "What's up, Shane?" I've been waiting on this race all day, and seeing that 177 pop up there for Glenn, I can't wait to see. And here we go, Sean McCutcheon, the supposable 4.6 he ran in this class. Let's see if he can do it. That's pretty fast. He did run a 4.6. Holy smokes. I thought he was trolling. 4.6. That's ridiculous. Chris Thomas says, "Looking forward to racing on this track, Shane White." Guys, I can't wait till you guys come. 4.694 Sean McCutcheon. Write you down for a 4.5, James? All right, I will. I thought you were trolling. I really did. You know what I thought, Sean? I thought you took the car and went like this, picked it up, and went like this. I did. I really did. It's crazy. Here we go, folks. Here comes the father of Sean, James McCutcheon. And we've seen Sean do a dive bomb there as he went after the third corner there. Did a little bit of a knee slide. That's bringing me back to the 90s, baseball style. Coming off right before the end of the track there. Randy Kirtley getting them putting it back on. Yeah, this car sounds good too, but it's nowhere near on the lines of Sean's car. It's just not whining as much going through the straight stretch as you can hear, nor does it have that peppy resolve going through the corners. Evidently has guide flag troubles getting put back on. The 5.722, still not bad. Definitely going to be a B niner, but it's going to be a little bit better than what Jake had turned there with his body dragon. Next up is the Frost King, Randy Kirtley, who's coming off a fresh victory in the LMP class. He's going to get his stuff hooked up. 30 seconds and we'll be racing it. Here we go. And Randy Kirtley's body yet again dragging a little bit. It worked out for him in the LMP. He was hanging in there pretty good, and it was somewhat distracting, as we can hear right now. 5.124. He's still several tenths off from a 4.6. And back end's kind of slopping back and forth. But a 5.004, he is definitely fast. And he's giving it everything he could give, too, to get up to that time. 4.980. So we got two cars into the 4.9. Sean, 3 tenths faster. That's a lot, folks. That is a lot. Shane W says that's quick, buddy. Just curious if you care to say, do you recommend 1332 on the GTP gearing? Uh, I don't even know what these guys are running pinion wise on the GTP. I think some of them might be running 12s, but as for the 32, I think that's too low, man. I don't think the guys are running that. I think that's too low. I think they're running, if I'm not mistaken, the Blue JK 37, I think is what it is. But I mean, these guys are open books for sure. Uh, when y'all come down here to check it out, they don't keep secrets, man. They'll tell you everything they know, tell you what they're running. So Sean's going to be in the A, then Randy again, and Guillermo, Glenn, James, and Jay. Yeah. So we got Glenn to the top of the B. I'm pleased with that. Like I love it. We're making progress. That's for sure. I'm hoping Glenn takes this B main home. It's the B main this week is my A main to say the least. So I'm super excited about that. So we'll go ahead and cut these out, change over the format to an actual race, and then we're going to be bumping right into it. Selecting racers, clear them all out. First up is going to be Glenn, James, and Jay. Glenn, where you want to go? Black. James, where do you want to go? Yellow for Jay. We're going to clear everybody else off. Okay. And I got to go back to the options, turn this back to 120, or they will be really, really mad with me. Everybody's looking at bodies right now. Guys, we are ready. Sean, what gear ratio are you using? Are you really keeping secrets? 1237. Yeah, that's what I thought people was running was 12s. So 1237.
It's I'm running 1237 with a 48-degree timed 38 wrap Group 12 armature.
Oh, the Group 12?
Yeah.
Yeah. Group 12 will do it.
The Group 12 Enforcer, straight out of the box.
It sounded like one of them.
It did sound like a Group 12, didn't it?
Nothing special, guys.
There's Sean showing it all, folks. Sean's got confidence. I'll give you that, Sean. Give me a fist bump on that. Yeah. You got a brand new one? AT&T.
Mm-mm.
So I mean they're
Hand
cheating,
me down,
guys.
HMB.
Sean's showing you behind the honeycomb, guys.
And all whatever everything I marked on it, the 39T jig means I just jigged my rear end to 39 tooth per year.
Chicago Bulls lead wire and all.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I lost a pin. It's a good car.
Well, Sean, they'll appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, these guys are going to be good
I know.
when they come.
I lost a pin, but I'll pick up another one. I got one.
She'll give you another one. Just tell her to give you a pin.
It's
There it is, right there.
yeah.
You got it.
Pin it to win it.
Pin it to win it.
But it went to the tech officials.
I mean, yeah, it did leave the pit area. I did ask the question. He was showing secrets, so we'll allow it.
I ain't got no secrets. I just straightened the hell out of it.
That's it. Keeping them straight is the key, isn't it?
C43 Alios, just get that thing to where it's less than two thousandths of
C43
an inch.
Alios.
It's straight within two thousandths, or yeah, within two thousandths of an inch.
2 thousandths of an inch.
It is straight within two thousandths of an
And
inch.
you did all that over there
Yeah.
on that wood. Sean, you're pretty good, man. I'll give you
I've been
that.
doing it for like 20 years.
Well, I know, but doing that over there without die calipers and everything else, it's pretty tough. Shane W said, "Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it." He salutes you, Shane. He salutes you. All right, guys, we get some track marshals. I'm ready for this race. I'm ready to see Glenn bring home a first place on this bad baby. I'm ready for Glenn to bring home that first place. I worked on his chassis for like 6 hours on that wood to get him to a 5.2.
I did mine. You were here for the whole time that I did mine.
Yeah, I was, wasn't I? That was last week, wasn't it?
It was yesterday.
It was yet. You did that yesterday?
Yeah, that's the car I built yesterday.
Sweet
In an hour.
mercy.
I did it in an hour.
All right, Sean's going to go over there and get ready for the track marshaling. Here we go, guys. Lights are out. The mouse is on the pause button in case they wreck in the red zone. For those that don't know, the little red stripes on the track, if they wreck in between that, that is a track call. Other than that, it's live track, folks, unless one of the track marshals gets overwhelmed, and that'll be dictative of the track marshal button holders, which will be me and I believe either a young boy or a young lady is going to do that whenever the Flexi Challenge comes. I'll just be a second pair of eyes, basically. Right now, Jay Latham is currently out in the lead there on the yellow lane. Glenn Burden right, and I mean right, on his tail. Oh, Glenn comes off, and we see Guillermo getting him back on. We see Sean McCutcheon come off, and then Glenn comes off in the turn 3, gets hit by Jay. And Glenn's back up in it. Glenn currently on black lane, one of the tougher lanes to say the least on this track. And Glenn's running pretty impressively here, 9 laps. Just making his move. 5.73 to 5.543 of Jay Latham. Jay Latham running the Mid-America chassis, the new Hardin chassis. Glenn running the Alios chassis from JK. And we got James McCutcheon coming off in the second corner there. Glenn coming off on the first, overdriving it just a hair. 8 seconds left to go in the first heat. And where we normally see Glenn loving the black lane on the flat track, it is everybody's Achilles heel. So 3 laps different after that first heat. Glenn can definitely come back and make that up. Jay Latham with 20 laps, 17 to Glenn Burden, 16 for James McCutcheon. Special thanks to Livermore Subway for sponsoring the Four Crowns and Lanes Raceway for the year. They are our wing car specialist class, the Group 20 here at Lanes Raceway. 270-278-5999. Call them in, order your sub, have them make it for you. Go there, and I think you get a little bit of a special discount if you do that. And then go over pick it up. You can eat it over here at Lanes Raceway when you're racing for the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing going to be sitting in this seat come that day, and I'm going to be out there in the field, probably in the bleachers, watching. Secondary button presser, they call it. Mid America also sponsoring that with some nice Mid America chassis and stuff for those that run and finish the heist with Mid America gear. So definitely be thinking about building yourself a Gemini chassis full kitted out. Slot Car Winter Series Flexi Challenge here at Lanes Raceway. We got t-shirts. If you're racing in Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, we will order you one if you like. Just give us your size and name. Other than that, we're going to head back over to the race. 32 seconds before we get back racing. Let's make our second screen here a little bit bigger. You can see my wife over there working on the bleachers. She's painting some bleachers there to get ready for the race. The Flexi Challenge race, Alan Ingram's. We're going to have places for you guys to come and sit and watch the race. But that's only until if we have more racers come in, then they will be substituted as no longer bleachers, but areas for people to work on their stuff. So if we end up having enough tables and we don't have to worry about it, then they're bleachers. But if not, then they're work tables. Well, first and foremost, we got to make our racers comfortable. Secondary, you can come watch the races live. But we do have a pretty good live streaming setup here. And I would tell you some more about the guys that help us out with that. But just know, Gabe helps us out a lot. He comes in here and sets up our live stream. This is XSplit that we're using with some Restream IO stuff. And I would say about 85 to 90% of the time, we don't have any issues whatsoever. A couple frames drop here and there. But when a Windows update comes through, it is like a plague rolling through Lanes Raceway. We lose frames like crazy. The other night, actually, on the live stream for the list, which is our drag racing series, that exact thing happened. We lost 16,000 frames per second because of a Windows update. So I updated it. Now it looks like we're back to normal. So I think we've only lost in the past 3.5 hours exactly 120 frames. So Windows can really mess with you. If you don't update the Windows, they will destroy your computer essentially. Just remember that. If you're having trouble with your computer, update it. Nonetheless, we see Jay Latham out in the lead by 2 laps, but Glenn is saying not today as he is pushing those lap times, 5.517. And now we're seeing him gain another lap there as Jay comes off. And Glenn is humdinging 5.69. This is what we're wanting to see out of Glenn. He's making a push. He's making a moves, baby. Shane W. Hey, Donovan, when would be a good time tomorrow to put my shirt order in? I need 3. Shane, I can take it down right now on this piece of paper. I just need the sizes. So just text what sizes in the comment section, and I'll get it wrote down, man. All right, Jay Latham in the lead, 39 laps. He barely hanged on to it. Glenn with an impressive 21 laps there. These are what the laps that we usually see in the A-Main, 21, 22 laps. Glenn Burden coming in with a fresh perspective this week with the new car. Humdinging there on yellow lane, 21 laps, gaining 1 on Jay. Black lane, he suffered, but he's making it back up. James McCutcheon, 17-16 respectfully there on white and red, 16.5 on average. Jay Latham, 19.5 on average. I will say the shirts. Speaking of the shirts, there, Shane, we'll pop over here real quick while we're in intermission. We'll bring these up to the forefront here. We'll make them a little bit bigger. So the back here is going to be this Porsche GT3, and the front here is going to be the one that says Slot Car Winter Series Flexi Challenge. It's kind of a cross between the two. It is our winter series here at Lanes Raceway, but it is also the shirt for the Flexi Challenge. And it says 2025 slot car. And like I said, you guys will be here to race in that Flexi Challenge. I know if you guys could be here racing the Winter Series Flexi Challenge here with us, you would. But, you know, I'm glad you guys are supporting your home track. Everybody that supports their home track, buying their stuff from their home track and doing stuff like that, you don't know how much that means, but it means a lot to the track owner and it means a lot to slot car racing in general. But the Flexi Challenge coming April the 12th, 2025. Heading back over to the Worlds. We got 2 seconds before we're going back green racing. Chris Thomas wants a 2XL. I'll write that down. Get myself on this pause menu real quick. Shane W says, are they running small or true to size? Sorry, I heard track. Um, Shane, they are premium shirts. They don't really shrink a lot. Now, it's really a hit or miss sometimes when it comes to what type of material this company uses. But as for the shirts, I ordered the premium shirts, so they cost a little more. That's why I'm trying to get a big bunch of shirts ordered for the RC, for our slot car, and for our drag racing, so I can get more shirts ordered to make the prices lower. The shirts are really, really good. Guys, do not call track unless it's in the red lane. Racers, don't say track, say rider. Terry Johnson, 1XL. My brother, on one hand, though, he has ordered an XL. Sometimes he wears XLs, uh, and it was a little bit short, or it shrunk up on him. But he does work out a lot too, and I think he just got bigger. I ordered him a 2XL, and he thinks it'll shrink. I don't know. Randy Kirtley's wearing one right now, though. I don't know why he's lifting the track there. All right, Jay Latham in the lead, 58. Lance, 55. Glenn Burden, 49. James McCutcheon. But yeah, I mean, Shane, I wear them. I ain't got one on right now, and I don't really see that they shrink. But I don't know. I guess it's could be hit or miss. So right now, let's see. Shane says Terry is from here too. Okay. Give me a 4XL, a 2XL, and a 1XL. 4X, 2X, and a 1X. All right, I got you. So I got Shane with 4X, 2X, and a 1X. Chris Thomas, I got a 2X, 2XL, and Terry Johnson a 1XL. Shane, so if you got PayPal, I believe my brother uses that. Now, I don't know much about Venmo or what our cash register runs. My brother knows a whole lot about that. Um, but you have our Facebook. Um, Send us a private message, and I can get in touch with you on that. Like I said, my brother, when it comes to the internet stuff, he knows it all. All I know how to do is sit in this seat, run my mouth a lot, and enjoy racing. But if you're coming to race, we can just go ahead and put you in the system. When you get here, you can pay for it then. You do have PayPal. I know he can take PayPal. He just PayPal'd a guy something that was on consignment last week, so uh, I can get him in touch with you on that. And it looks like my camera just died out for a second there. Power shortage, I guess. Yeah, so Shane, if you want, you can send me a direct message on our Facebook page and give your PayPal info, and I'll have my brother take a look at it. You guys know my brother Gabriel. And we got a car coming off in the camel hump there on White Lane. Glenn Burden, 68 laps. He's still the fastest car out there. Uh, is still having some, a little bit of a chatter rattle there as we see a car on red, Jay Latham coming off. That's going to be an extra lap there for Glenn Burden. Glenn's just got to bide his time and hang it in there, and he will start gaining these laps as his medians and stuff are a little bit quicker. Oh, that wreck there hurt as we see James McCutcheon go to the wall there. 3 laps down. Still a big race here between these guys. And a red flag rotation. So Glenn here on white lane turning 19. That's tied up with Jay. So the orange lane there kind of hurt Glenn, but the yellow lane helped him there with 21 laps. 17 there on black was a rough lane there for sure, but black is a tough lane. Glenn and Jay's going to be battling it out for the next couple of heats here for sure. Only 4 laps difference between them. James McCutcheon there, 68 laps there, currently in third. Shane W. double check Terry Johnson's order. He might try to pay with pesos. I'll have to tell you, like I tell Sean McCutcheon, we do not accept pesos here. Yeah, Sean, he come up there the other day and he speaks Spanish really well, to be honest with you. Uh, and I was like, yeah, I don't really know what you're saying. Like I could catch a few words, but I was like, yeah, we don't accept pesos here. It's funny that you say that, but yeah, we don't accept pesos. U.S. dollars only. Let's see here. That. Shane W says, just kidding. Terry Johnson, but will it make me look any prettier? Hey Terry, it can't hurt. I am behind the design, so I mean I'm kind of partial to them. So I create them and make them up. Now, if you was to ask my sister-in-law, she doesn't really care for my designs, but I'm like I'm gonna make her one anyway. But that's the kind of relationship we got. She's really good with art. Like so, our ceiling, our wall colors, and everything in here were done by her. She's a professional, uh, like building decorator. I don't know what you exactly call it, but she's pretty fancy, man. She knows her stuff. Terry Johnson, I need all the help I can get. Me too, man. Me too. Like I wear Hawaiian shirts, so what does that tell you? I got a lot of guys make fun of me for that. It's like, what are you doing wearing a blouse? And I'm like, cause they're comfortable, man. Glenn been having some trouble there on the second corner there, but his car, other than that, he is the fastest car out there. Every single heat except this one so far. Right now, 5.998 is his fastest lap time. 5.493 there on green for Jay. Now turning to 5.725. This car comes off and comes right back on there. A lot of wrecks taking place. Guillermo is getting a workout here. Shane W says no chance. This guy is already cool. I believe that. I mean, I've not met any of you guys personally, but I've heard nothing but good things from Dad and Glenn and Gabriel when they go and race with you guys. That's why I'm so excited. I can't wait to meet you guys. And I'd be there too, but when you guys race, that's one of our busiest days here at Lanes Raceway. Jay Latham, 98, 90 for Glenn Burden, and James McCutcheon, 85. Make that big screen. There we go. All right. Well, another perfect add-in. 1RC late model series here at Lanes Raceway Tuesday and Saturdays. Tuesday starting at 5:30, we run the series. If you come in on Tuesdays and race those races, you get the ability to block on Saturdays. Well, Tuesdays all of a sudden became the most popular day for people to race. We actually broke a record last week. 25 total entrants in the 1RC, so it's been pretty successful. Gabriel Kirtley, my brother, he done a lot of research from one of the biggest 1RC people that do things in Colorado, and they said keep it simple, keep it stock. So that's what we've been doing, and it's been growing pretty well. And we have a very unique track, to say the least. Wooden track built by Randy Kirtley himself, also known as the Frost King. And you can see it just to the right of your screen there. It does have bank, and that is not dirt. That is simulated dirt. Shane W. Cody, are you tuned in, buddy? You better get your shirt order in. You better listen to Shane and get that shirt order in. Because I will be making those order. Let's see, what is today's date? I'm going to see. So today is the 16th. I will be making those orders next week. So just letting everybody know. All right now 6 of 8 in our B main feature, the GTP. Glenn Burden now on green lane. This is a faster lane for sure, so Glenn should be able to make up some time here and get our chassis to number 1. So we see Jay Latham coming off there. Glenn Burden is putting some scorchers up on there. Jay Latham now currently down on blue lane. Oh, as both Jay and Glenn both get involved, and another car. And that was a hard hit from behind. Hopefully we don't have a bent axle or anything. And the second corner there for Glenn still causing some troubles. Glenn there the second corner now, reeling in Jay Latham there on blue. Jay, of course, having the blue lane just a little bit quicker than green. But Glenn definitely holding his own. Guillermo running to get the camel hump. Sticker fell off of Jay Latham's car. Guillermo having some trouble finding out where he went. He had to ask. Make sure the stickers stick. And don't forget, guys, in the Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge race coming the 12th, the stickers must be stuck on the front of the body. You cannot get yourself some extra downforce by putting it on the back. Red flag rotation yet again. As we see Jay Latham in the lead, 115, 107 Glenn Burden, 101 James McCutcheon. I'll zoom out here a little bit. T still working on the bleachers there. Looking pretty good though. You know, Kentucky blue and gray, and I think she paints the legs white, so they're looking pretty good. She's been working on them since they came in earlier today. Special thanks to Jason Howard Construction, for building those up for us. We do appreciate that. Jason burns it up on the drag strip here, folks. Every time we have a drag race, he's here. Burns it up on 1RC. I hadn't seen him a couple weeks in the 1RC, but he burns it up on that too. Flexi Challenge coming here April the 12th yet again as we went on these racers to work. Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series, April the 12th, 2025. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing. He's going to be sitting in this seat, going to be doing some live commentary. This guy's known for going to NASCAR races and the local area, big car races around the area, whether it be drag racing or dirt. He does some commentary, interviews, and stuff like that with racers around the area. He even's interviewed me and my brother, and he has gave all of our guys their points and stuff in our previous series from last year in the slot car community. MidAmericaSlotCarStore.net, Roger Schmidt out of Mid-America, going to be sending some goodies for those that love racing the Mid-America Flexi Gemini, and the higher you finish with it, the more goodies you get, so definitely check that out. Yet again, got several shirt orders in for the Flexi Challenge, so definitely get your shirt orders in now while you can. Like I said, next week, not this coming week, but next coming week, we will be making those orders so that they can get here in time. Racing's rolling. 4 red lights are dropping out to green. We're round robin 7 of 8 right now. And what a race it's developed to being. Glenn Burden, like I said, having some trouble there in the second lane. His car's been fast. He's took some hits, though. And like I said, the Alios chassis, one hit's all it takes. He's still very quick, though, as we can see. But, man, I was really wanting to see this baby in first place. There's still hope. He's only down 8 laps, and this is better than last week for sure. So we're making advancements here. Might have to do a little bit more work on it, flatten it up, true it up even more so. I don't know exactly what to do. I do the best I can do, but he did actually have the fastest qualifying time of any car in the B main. So we just gotta hope he can hold it out here. Now on blue lane with a 5.659. Jay Latham coming into his own now. It's like his motor's breaking in or something. 5.530. Jay Latham running the new Gemini Harden chassis here at Lanes Raceway. He's doing quite well. They're side by side there, both Glenn and Jay. And a track call here. And that was from our track marshal, Sean McCutcheon. Jay Latham and Glenn Burden not giving each other an inch. Glenn kind of backing up a little bit, but gaining that lap back up on the straight stretch with Jay. Jay really quick through the third corner. As we see him gain a lot of time coming into the camel hump. And Glenn kind of staging back just a hair time-wise in the last 3 turns there. So there is work to be done in some of the sections there. One of the biggest issues I'm seeing so far with the car is that second turn. But, you know, there's always room for improvement in racing, no matter what it is. But a whole lot of improvement has been done from the previous week. I'm thinking we can probably loosen the chassis up a little bit to help him get turned around there. If he takes out one piece of gel tape, it'd probably make the difference between daylight and dark for Glenn in the car. So it's gel taped up front and back, but it looks like he doesn't like it that stiff because he's driving it a little deep into the second corner there. And if we took a piece of that out, it would let him drive that a little bit deeper and let the back end turn a little bit better. Jay Latham in first, 136, 126, Glenn Burden. 119, James McCutcheon. Hello, Sean.
Man, I'm proud of you, Donovan.
You're proud of me.
Yeah,
What did I do?
you haven't driven off one time tonight.
I don't drive off, man. I stay right here in my little steering wheel, and I do my own thing,
Yeah.
And I mean, this steering wheel here, man, ain't even got force feedback right now, so it's easy to drive. Shane W., sorry for the delay. I'm texting a few guys that are coming up. What did Sean say his gearing is? Thanks, Sean.
It's 11:37.
11:37.
Yep. It's actually geared like I'm running the LMP and DTM. It's a speedy car.
Speedy car. Speedy Gonzalez.
Basically, I can run one car, 3 classes.
We just had a comment a while ago of a guy wanting to pay in pesos. I think it was. Let me see.
15 pesos.
Yeah, and I told him the story about you coming up there speaking perfect Spanish, and I said, we don't accept pesos. See that? Double check. Terry Johnson. Order mine, have to pay in pesos.
Oh.
That reminded me of you, Sean.
Arriba.
Arriba, huh?
Arriba McIntyre.
Reba McIntyre. All right. Pretty good country singer. Final heat here for the B main, folks. What a stream we've had. 120 frames only. The mic died again, but only 120 frames lost. Not too bad. I thought I heard track marshal. That really did kill Glenn and me just then because I thought I heard the track marshal say track nonetheless. And that was a track. Cody Campbell. Yeah, I'm tuned in. I'm excited to come up there. Excellent, Cody. And another track call. The most track calls in one heat. Tensions are high in the 8 of 8 B main here at Lanes Raceway. And Glenn coming up on Jay Latham right there in turn 3 Camel Hump. A few frames dropped there. A little internet issue. But Glenn is actually gaining a little bit in the first portion of the track. Definitely gaining on the backstretch on Jay. Glenn putting on James McCutcheon. 34 seconds remaining. 9 laps different between Jay and Glenn. And only 10 seconds left. Not the result that we were wanting, me and Glenn, for sure. But still a little better than last week's. We had a hard hit right there through James's car. Checkered flag. Jay Latham's going to bring home another win here today in the B main. 153 total laps. Glenn Burden 144. 135 for James McCutcheon. So we still got some work to do, try to figure some more stuff out, but best we could do. Glenn's going to write down the finish position of these cars. As you can see on the inside of the track there are numbers, and Glenn's writing those down for where they finished. And then we're going to jump right into our A main feature here. Sean McCutcheon on a different level here when it comes to the guys racing. 4 tenths faster than Randy Kirtley. That's big time, folks. That's big time. So it looks like Glenn's got everybody now. We're going to go ahead and exit this out. Reset. Put the other guys in for the A main. I think Randy went next door to get him some soda at the Subway. Don't forget, Subway, sponsor for Lanes Raceway. Eat fresh is what Sean said. And I'll tell you what, it is some fresh Subway. Out of all the Subways I ever ate, it's my favorite. It's Sean, Randy, and Guillermo.
There's probably some messed up ones in there somewhere. And I found the.
Sean, where you want to go, man?
I'm going white.
White?
I found the best thing that you can do. Make your car really, really stick to the track good. Make sure you put a good, even coating of oil on your tires, and it sticks great.
Oil on the tires?
Oh yeah.
I feel like you're fibbing with me, Sean. Dad, where you want to go? What lane? He took white. Huh? Purple? Guillermo, where'd you like to go? Purple and white. Black. All right, we have our lineup for the final race of the evening, GTP here at Lanes Raceway. These guys are running Hawk 7 ball bearings, Speedball from Pro Slots, Mid America Enforcer, and there was one other one that we got here that they run. Raptor Pro too, but we're having a hard time getting those. They can also run the Intimidator from Kelly too. Open gear ratio on the GTP while they're getting their cars put on here. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on them too. They're not doing anything too crazy. We are taking orders for the Flexi Challenge. If you're going to be in the Flexi Challenge series, Alan Ingram's or our winner Flexi Challenge, uh, you are eligible to purchase one of these Flexi Challenge shirts here at Lanes Raceway. We can get your size and everything and have that ready for you. Flexi Challenge coming April the 12th here at Lanes Raceway. Really excited about it. A lot of guys coming. You can see a little lineup there in the background. Gabriel Kirtley there to the far left. Glenn to the next to him. Jay, Guillermo, Bruce, and Randy's got his head peaked above the E there on the Flexi. But yeah, we're super excited about that. Special thanks to Mid America too and Blake Smith. Looks like the guys are getting their cars put in here. And this is the one everybody's been waiting on. They want to see what these cars can do. The GTP, our fastest cars of the evening. Three of the guys repping their Lanes Raceway 4 Crown shirts. Hey, T, when you get a chance, we need to get the crowns out for Guillermo, Dad, and Jay. Because we need to get a picture of them with their shirt on so we can get that picture made to get them posted up on the wall. All right, guys, y'all ready? Here we go, folks. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Guillermo out to an early lead there in the orange car, but coming in on the inside, Sean McCutcheon there in that white car on white is really humdinging. Guillermo's pushing everything he's got to keep with him. And Guillermo coming off there on the inside, not able to keep it up. Randy Kirtley holding a more modest line there, keeping his car for what it can do, not overdriving the tires. But Sean McCutcheon running away with it. His car is hooked up, folks. A machine on this track. We'll already see Sean McCutcheon already coming to get him another piece of Guillermo's orange car there. Guillermo not necessarily making it easy, but a 5.052. 5.052 already. This qualifying lane there on blue, a 4.6 screaming fire. Now it looks like Guillermo's coming to his own. His motor's warming up a little bit. Looks like he's trying to make a comeback here. Looks like he's gaining a little bit in the last 3 corners there, but we don't have any sector proof. But, Sean McCutcheon's car definitely screaming. And after the first heat, Sean McCutcheon hanging on to first place. Randy Kirtley with 22 hanging on to second, giving it everything he's got too. Guillermo Sire there in third right now, 21 laps. Sean very, very quick, very aggressive through the corners, showing that it's more about timing than it is speed. His timing is essential here on the track. Is you got to get those little bursts of speed when you can get them, but you need to rely on the car to cut the brake down too, and actually be in a pretty aggressive brake pattern. And his car is definitely built well, to say the least, to be able to do so. Randy Kirtley there in the middle with his Guillermo Sire pit boy made here from our racer. Guillermo Sire made 4 lanes raceway, some of the cheapest pit caddies you can get and some of the best. $15 is all that's charged for these. As you guys know that you bought less than that for 30 or 40. So these little pit caddies definitely work good. We do appreciate that. 40 seconds and we'll be going back green racing. These guys are diligently working on these cars. Sean McCutcheon on the front stretch there working on his. Sean does not care to clean his tires with his hands. He must be a mechanic by trade. All right, folks, here we go. 4 red lights are dropping out to green. Red Robin, round 2 of 8. Red Robin, round robin, sorry. I must be getting hungry, folks. Sean McCutcheon out to an early lead there on red lane. Sounds like we're hearing some more of that body drag from Randy Kirtley as he's on the opposite end of the track there on black. Both these guys' best lap times are very close. Randy Kirtley able to pull up a little bit better median. So Sean pulling a fast time on blue lane. You got to pull fast lines on all lanes as Randy Kirtley comes to make that pass. Randy Kirtley now currently waiting on Guillermo Sire as James took a little bit longer than expected there to get that car on. If it takes too long, the track will get paused for them to recollect themselves and get the car on. Uh, we want to be having a fair race as possible, to say the least. And as you can tell, I watch the race pretty close, especially when I'm not doing a lot of talking in the chat and everything. In the Flexi Challenge, chat can be live, be all at once, because I will be completely devoting myself to the race and not to commentary. As Blake Smith, we got some issues getting a car in there. And just like what I did there, if it takes a little bit longer for our track marshals to get it in, we'll just kill the track. Because we want it to be fair, guys, you know. And sometimes it is difficult. So uh, it's all in the spirit of keeping the racing as tight as possible. We're human at the end of the day, guys. And we do have flaws, and some of us have trouble getting the guide flag straight, and then others have trouble holding cars. So we got a run over here, only 3 track marshals here. And if my track marshals say track, we hit it. Yeah, I know. I was just explaining to the guys on the live stream that, the track marshals control me. But if they're having trouble and they're using all their brain power to think about how to get a car in, they're not thinking about saying track. They're thinking about getting that car in. So sometimes it requires me to help them out. So it's a give take kind of thing. Randy Kirtley currently in the lead, running nothing but 22s there, 44 laps. Sean McCutcheon there, 43, tied up with Guillermo Sire. And we see him down on that 43 because they had that little bit of an incident there with the guide flag catching there, causing a little bit of issues getting the car in. We was able to hit the pause though and save a little bit of time. But it's all good. Tom Martin, beautiful place. Tom, I appreciate that, man. It's good to hear good comments like that, man. You don't know how much it means. Uh, I hear about one of those comments to about 20 the other way. So I really appreciate that, Tom. We see Sean. I don't know what he's doing there. Is he playing with a puppeteer or what is that? What do they call that? A mandolin or something? That's what it kind of looked like. Like I said, Sean is not afraid to put some lighter fluid on his tires and clean his tires with his mitts. Uh, I see a lot of myself in Sean. Sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit. Instead of going to the pit stall and grabbing a rag, sometimes you just gotta clean it with your hands. Now my dad, on the other hand, he will go to the pit stall and grab a rag. Uh, Friend of ours, Johnny Case, he would say, Randy Kirtley, the only guy I know that can tear down a whole engine, race engine, and not get any grease under his fingernails. And this is true. I've seen it done. My brother would attest. He is a very precise individual. All of these guys have their unique personalities, and I love every single one of them. It's good to be around these guys. Really good people. As we go back green racing, keeping an eye on our leader there. So that was technically a track call. The car did come off on red, but it slid out of it, which is fine. We just want to limit as much error as possible. The guys definitely want to be able to concentrate on racing. Glenn Burton, one of our better track marshals for this, is he is very vocal, and we can hear him really well over here. A lot of times we get a bunch of track marshals that don't like to talk, and then that forces the racers to have to talk, and then we have to tell the racers, hey, if you're racing, you know, you need to say rider, not track, because it does make a lot of confusion. But, racers are actually watching the race. So if there is a rider, they'll be the first one to see it. Your track marshals are focusing on their given lanes for cars to come off and be as quick and efficient as possible. So they're not actually watching the race like the racers are and I am. They're strictly out there uh, just to get that car back on the lane, just like Jay did. Right now, Randy Kirtley is in the lead currently by a lap there on the yellow lane. He's starting some pretty impressive numbers here. Pretty close with Sean McCutcheon. They're only 0.03 of a second different in their median lap times. To put in perspective, that would almost be a full race before you would see a lap. It's 500 something seconds. I don't know what that would be. So we're looking at 120 per heat. So, or 120 every two. You're over halfway just to get a lap. This is why I always tell people too, if your median is just within a couple 100 seconds of each other, you really just got to calm it down. Like, I know you want to push, but if you're on a ragged edge at that point, it's best just to calm it down and keep it there until they make a mistake. Right now, Randy Kirtley, they don't call him the Frost King for nothing. He has ice in his veins, and he is the king of calm around here, keeping his car on the track. 67 total laps, averaging 22.3. Sean McCutcheon, 66, averaging 22. Both these guys battling it out like it's a heavyweight bout in the middle of Lanes Raceway, slugging each other left and right. Sean with 23 laps, Randy with 23 laps. Only one lane different between them, and that was red lane where he turned 21. And that was because he got kind of caught up there, one of the marshals. But the same thing could have been said for Randy on turn one at the beginning of that with James McCutcheon having his car, trying to get him on. Cars were coming by, and it was held just a little bit long. So it kind of equaled itself out there nonetheless. But hey, that's racing, isn't it? Guillermo Sire, they're currently in third. Things not working as good for him this week as it usually does. He's averaging 20.7 with 62 laps. But anything's possible, guys. You know how this goes. One of these guys can get a ripped body. One of these guys can get a blown motor. Anything can happen. And we're just halfway through on this GTP right now with 30 seconds left to go. Looks like Guillermo's having some head issues here, possibly. 26 before we go back racing. Don't forget, April the 12th, mark your calendars. Flexi Challenge Series here at Lanes Raceway. Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series. Now, guys, it's going to be one of the biggest slot car events of the year, in my opinion, at least for Lanes Raceway. Definitely stop by. Special commentator Blake Smith, Let's Talk Racing. Mid-America Slot Car Store. Roger and them up there at Mid-America. Going to give some good gifts to the guys running Mid-America products. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go, folks. Got to get my mouse back over to the screen. There we go. And Randy Kirtley there on orange lane, keeping it frosty, averaging 5.25. Now Sean on his fast lane just turned a 4.9 something. Both of them 4.992 equal. But his median of 4.99, Randy's a 5.21, a little more conservative there. Like I said, keeping to the Frost King ways, trying to keep those babies on the best that he can. Guillermo and Sean a little more side to side. Excuse me, a little more side to side, causing a little bit more aggression to try to push out in front of somebody so that it's not in their peripheral. Looks like Randy's coming up on Guillermo. Guillermo there with a Guillermo with a 5.272, Randy with a 4.992 best lap. Average speaking, 3/10 is the difference between the two. Randy coming on the outside, Guillermo almost getting left in the dust. A little side-by-side action for a short moment. Randy is gone as he has gotten tremendously quicker through the last three corners of this track. Randy Kirtley also very strong when it comes to white and red. Looked like Randy Kirtley's car maybe lost track of it, but it kind of stuttered out there and stopped like it wasn't getting traction or his braids getting any connection there out of turn three. But he's back up and motivating now, lowering his median to a 5.07. But we're talking hundredths of a second difference, median speaking, between him and Sean McCutcheon. And this is the difference. Sean McCutcheon right there behind him in the white car. Randy Kirtley up by about a corner on Sean McCutcheon. Both of their averages very, very close. That one hiccup cost Randy a little bit. But, he was able to make it back up and start rolling. Randy Kirtley, 23 laps on Orange Lane. 24 were turned by Sean McCutcheon. Yeah, 24 is the new record for the GTP, 24 on blue. But we'll see if Randy Kirtley has anything to say about that when he gets there, because both of them are very close between the orange and blue lane. Randy Kirtley turning 223 so far. Like I said, very close between these two. And Randy Kirtley currently still in the lead, even though it shows Sean, but just by hair. It's a very, very close race. Special thanks to Livermore Subway owner, Randy the Frost King Kirtley. 270-278-5999. When you guys come here, make sure you get you a big sub sandwich from Randy. And, not only does Randy cook on the racetrack, but he cooks a mean sub sandwich. And if you can get him to, you might, in between the race, might get him to go over there and fix you a sub sandwich. He is trained in the artistry of sub sandwich making. And pretty good sub sandwich maker, I might add, to say the very least. If you can get his perfection of slot car racing across, he is just as perfectionist when it comes to the Subway sandwiches. So definitely check him out over there. He runs a tight ship at the Subway. Just letting you know, them subs come out premium. You got a problem, take it up with Randy. Blake Smith, special commentator, Mid-America, also sponsoring the Flexi Challenge series here. Excited to see both these guys. Blake Smith in this seat on April the 12th. I'll be out there helping you guys have the fairest race that you have ever seen possible in slot car racing. It's going to be done here. Flexi Challenge Series shirts for those that want Flexi Challenge Series. Hit me up in the comments or give us a private message on Facebook with your size, and we'll try to get those in. We're going to be ordering those not this coming week, but next week. So get them in before then. And if you know other people that are not watching the live stream, hit them up and let them know too. Back to racing. Randy Kirtley. Don, do you ever get exhausted from being full of malarkey? Gabe, you already know the answer to that, baby. You already know the answer. Never. Minute and 37 seconds. Randy Kirtley still hanging on to that lead. The Frost King himself. New Frost King body, actually, painted last week by Chelsea T. Kirtley. This one's got chrome on it. The ones that I made, I put a frost white, a little bit of frozen action in there. But she put chrome, and I'll tell you what, the chrome makes it pop, and I think that's why he's getting that a little bit of extra speed. You get them extra decals on there, a little extra speed. Randy Kirtley's able to see his car a little bit better. He's coming up right now in the camel hump, right behind Guillermo Sire in the orange car. Will Guillermo give him a little leeway, since Guillermo's not currently running for the lead? Or will Guillermo race him really extremely hard? We don't know what Guillermo we have this week. It's questionable. Oh, Guillermo's going to let him by this week. All right, cool. That's the Guillermo we got. So Guillermo, of course, staying out of the way between this bout between Sean and Randy. Now about a half a track difference as Randy Kirtley is in his strong suit here. The white and red lanes. Randy Kirtley is the Frost King. Randy Kirtley coming off white right after I made a compliment on him. Now giving up that lead to Sean McCutcheon. Guillermo Sire coming off in the camel hump yet again here. Being somewhat of a distraction between Sean and Randy. Neither one of these guys giving anything to each other. Sean actually gaining just a little bit, but his lap times and medians are just about a tenth higher than Randy. So Randy's actually gaining a little bit of median time on him. Shane W says, Gabriel, I'm blushing. And Gabriel is laughing. That is a heat over, and like I said, it's still a very, very tight race between Sean and Randy, even tighter. So now, 113 laps, Sean got the advantage here. As we're going to have a negotiating issue here, let me get it back up here as quick as I can, guys. It should be up there now. Chat's back up. All right, let me make this a big screen. That should be the last time we have to do that tonight. Sean McCutcheon in the lead. Like he said, he broke a record here tonight. 24 laps there on blue. But Randy Kirtley has been the Michael Jordan of Frost King, Octopus Arms, Cotton Candy Randy himself. 23 laps, 23 laps, 23 laps. The Michael Jordan of slot car racing. He's busting 23 laps out like it's candy. And as you can see, he gained a lap there on Sean on white. If he does the same thing on red, we're going to see a change of position here. And it might be just what Randy needs to put a solidifying touch on this and bring home the Dubski. Uh, Starting out, you guys know uh, at the very beginning, Sean was running an impressive, I mean, super impressive .4 lap. I literally thought he was making that up. A 5.4, I didn't even think it was possible. So literally, I told you guys what I thought he did. He stuck his car out in the start-finish line, ran it across, picked it up, one Mississippi, two Mississippi, et cetera, so on. And then he ran it across there again. And he's like, hey, Don, look at this lap. Like, he's a kidder. He's a jokester. If you know Sean, you know he likes to joke around, have a good time. So I thought severely that's what was going on. But no, first lap out in qualifying, Sean slams that baby home and puts a .4 up there. So we thought this race was going to be a whole lot different. But the Frost King himself is saying, hey, I'm putting up a fight here. I'm not giving in so easy, and so far it has been a heavyweight bout between these two. Round robin 6 of 8, we're 2/3 of the way through this race, and it has been nothing but a knockout dragout between these two racers. Guillermo Sire's still in the mix, but the way these guys are racing, probably not going to see too many more wrecks. So, not counting Guillermo out, but I am in a certain way, because Guillermo even knows when you get that far behind from wrecking, it's hard to beat people like the Frost King. Frost King coming up on the inside of Sean McCutcheon's white car here, and he's pushing some hard heavies out there in the last 3 corners. Sean's got him on the first 3 corners, but now coming into traffic with Guillermo. Guillermo side by side. Guillermo holding Sean up a little bit in his peripheral vision, keeping him to slow back just a hair. Randy now taking over that lead position like he once had. Randy tough on those red and white lanes. Even so, on the orange track, I don't think we've had one person beat him on the red lane on the orange track. Closest we had was Tom Payton back in the Group 20 class last year when they went heads up. Tom Payton made one mistake, just one, is all he had. And when he did that one mistake, it caused his back end to step out just a hair, and ended up losing it by literally like a third of a lap. So you can go back and check that out. It was a head-to-head race between the two because they both had 4 wins. And that right there hurt Sean pretty badly, reckon. Randy Kirtley's been flawless here on the red lane. 5.18 median to Sean's 5.29. So we get a wrecked car here. Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire coming off yet again. Guys, if you're racing, do not yell track. Only yell rider. Okay. Shane W. Sean looks like the guy to beat up there. Looking forward to some great racing. Well, I will say this, Shane. If Gabe was here, it could be a different story. Gabriel is one tough individual to beat. But he had some prior engagements. He come in and raced a little bit early on today, but he had to leave. But Gabe's tough, dude. If I was to put money on who could bring it home, it would definitely be between those 4. But we still have a lot of racing here to see how these guys shape up. Randy Kirtley currently has got it by about 3 laps right now. 23 laps yet again on the red lane, only needing really one lap on the red, but he was able to get 2 there. So this is going to be a tough situation for Sean. Sean's going to need Randy to wreck here. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. The intensity has kind of calmed down a little bit, but Randy Kirtley, you guys have raced with him a few times. He's got ice in his veins for sure when it comes to keeping his resolve and not having a whole lot of incidents. But yeah, if I was going to put my money on it, and this is out of all the racers, it would be a coin flop between Randy and Gabriel. And here's the coin flop situation. This is if Randy actually goes over there, builds his car, and puts it together with some seriousness like Gabriel's been doing. If we got an even scale here, it's a coin flop between those two, who our best racer is, in my opinion. But Randy, he's done a lot of racing here at Lanes Raceway, at least for the past 3 or so years. He's kind of gotten a little lax when it comes to his building technique from the basement days, and he's just a more casual Randy, to be honest with you. But back in the basement days, between him and Gabriel, man, they were building hard back then. So if we can get Randy back into building hard like Gabriel still is, it would be a coin flop between them. But never count out Guillermo or Sean. Sean, I don't know a whole lot about Sean. He just joined up with us here recently in the last series. But Sean's a good dude, and he's very tough. He's got really good rhythm. Shane W., I've raced a few times against Randy and Gabriel a few times. They are tough. And that makes me feel good that you're saying that, because when we first started out here, a lot of guys, they didn't know anything about the pro or semi-pro scene, and I was saying, man, I think my Gabriel and my brother. Track marshal wanted for me to call track, but I figured they had it under control on that one there. So I let that one slide. The race is getting pretty tight here. We can't be making loose decisions there. Guillermo Sire having some trouble with his car. Live track, like I said, he's going to get it fixed here, or he's going to pull. I don't know what he's doing here. It looks like he's got a body issue here. Randy Kirtley and Sean McCutcheon side by side here with 1 minute left. Like I said, too, guys, I knew my dad was in that wreck. I don't want anybody thinking that we do any kind of home teaming here at all, because we don't. And I told Dad, I said, I'm going to be a little bit tougher on you and Gabe. I hate it, but that's just life. And so they don't catch breaks for me as often. But I expect more out of them because I know they can do it. I have a big, huge amount of faith in my brother and Dad. I think they are the best in the world, in my opinion. So I'm going to keep saying that because I think they do have the potential. And as we can see, Randy Kirtley's putting on a show here tonight. 154 laps. He was able to get 3 laps up on a guy that ran 4/10 faster than him in qualifying. That's saying something, guys. Shows you what resolve is and how to keep your wits about you and just not wreck. It's tough. Shane W., the donut was giving all us a hard time at Apex. It was the great equalizer. Yeah, Dad was talking about that. Him and Gabriel both said that donut was tough, boy, especially on the inside lines. He said it was giving everybody some trouble. 157 for Randy, 154 for Sean, 138 Guillermo right now. We got one more heat left to go. And what a race it's been. Pretty tough one here. But yeah, we are planning, like I said, guys, we're going to clean this baby up. To a spit shine Wednesday before the race starts. And we're going to make sure this track is evenly glued all the way around with some light glue action. So there's no questions about it. It is a pristine track, brand spanking new feel. And like you guys know, there's not a whole lot of wear on this track anyway. The Czech Republic used it for a little less than a year to get prepped up for the 2023 Worlds. This thing's brand new. There's something to be said about that. And it's an excellent track, fun to run on. And I haven't spray glued it not one time because I didn't want to mess with the adhesive whatsoever. before we start this race. So the adhesive on the braid is a 3M tape. When if you do it once, and you're cleaning it with naphtha and stuff, it doesn't really affect it. But something I have noticed with the 3M tape on the drag strip, those guys are cleaning it every single pass. And after about, I would say, 300 or 400 passes with it, it does start to deteriorate that glue. So what I want to make sure when we clean the track is we're not dousing this track with naphtha. We're just cleaning over it when we go through the braid. We're just going over it and cleaning it, and that way that the adhesive still sticks. We don't want to soak it through the braid. We just want to clean the braid. There's some guys that actually use this dry cloth. It's like a silver cloth that you can use on some of the HO tracks I've seen, and you can actually clean it with that, and you don't even have to use naphtha on the braid. And I think that might be a safer alternative than to try to mess with any of the adhesive, because I want this thing to perform perfect. I don't want anybody complaining about the track. That's one thing I don't like. I don't like people having negative comments on anything at Lanes Raceway. And if I do hear it, I take it into serious consideration. I talk it over with Randy and Gabriel, and we get that problem solved as quick as possible. And that's the biggest thing here at Lanes Raceway. We solve problems. That's what we do. Gabriel Kirtley right there, or not Gabriel Kirtley, Randy Kirtley right there side by side with Guillermo Sire in the orange car. And we're seeing a little bit of body issues, scraping and stuff. Minute and 18 seconds. It was a heavyweight bout between Randy and Sean, now calming down to a minute and 11 seconds to go. It's like Randy put a haymaker in just the right spot, a little Mike Tyson action in the previous heat. And this has now put Randy Kirtley in a poised position to bring us home. Sean a little bit deflated here as we see some of his median times kind of a little bit lackluster for the current lane. 4.99, 4.930 Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley pulling off that best time there on blue. Expecting a little bit higher of a best lap and median out of Sean, considering that he ran such a flawless blue lane there speed-wise, turning a lap record of 24. I was expecting the same to be made here on orange lane, being so relatively close to the same lane. But like I said, the deflation of having such a horrible lane can play tricks on you, and you kind of pull back a little bit and go into a more conservative route, just hoping that the other guy has a few wrecks. And that is what is needed. And that was almost a track call. If that car would have went in the netting, that would have been a track call. It's very close. But nonetheless, Glenn was able to get it put back on there in a good form. Randy Kirtley, the Frost King, Cotton Candy Randy, the oldest nickname we gave him, Octopus Arms, because he was so good at track marshaling, is going to bring it home. 181 laps there in the GTP class this week, and he has broke that record also today with 24 laps on blue lane. But hey, Sean had an exceptional orange lane too, and he was able to break another lane's record there with 24. So Sean was in it, but he had a harsh run there, only turning 20 laps there on black lane. Really, really hurt him. Where Randy Kirtley was Michael Jordan tonight, turning 23s everywhere you looked. Guillermo Sire having a rough night too, only turning 159 laps. But these guys are the best here at Lanes Raceway. And man, what a race it was, guys. Nonetheless, I want to mention one last time, special thanks to our sponsor, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999. And do not forget, guys, let's make this big screen. Let's make it big time. Flexi Challenge. I don't know if I can make it a full big screen. Anyways, we'll make it a half a big screen here. We'll cut off everything else. Flexi Challenge, April 12th this year. Going to be one big, spectacular event here at Lanes Raceway. Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge, April the 12th. Special commentator Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing. He's going to be in this seat doing the commentating, and he's a whole lot better than me. I'm going to be out there in the field if Blake needs me, and I'm also going to be a secondary to a track call, as you guys seen tonight a few times. It wasn't necessarily track calls because they wasn't in the red zone, but time was getting eat up, so we had to hit that track button. Mid-America here, win with a Mid-America Flexi and receive big prizes. Finish high with Mid-America, and you're still going to get some prizes. But those prizes are for people that run the Mid America chassis. And that's a special thanks out there for Roger Smith at Mid America. He's been a tremendous help for us getting started here at Lanes Raceway too. So we thank him. And don't forget, get you guys some of these Flexi Challenge shirts. Hit us up in the direct messages and stuff like that if you're interested in getting these shirts. We'll be ordering those next week. Shane says, see ya. See you, Shane. God bless you guys. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. See you next week.